Secretary General is not here yet, you can already sort of adopt the agenda and the
Yeah.
minutes.
Please take your seat so we can start the meeting. Please take your seats and then we can start this meeting, the really first meeting of the NAT Commission. And I will speak Swedish the most of the time, so please take your headphones on. Idag har vi
Well, today we have interpretation from and to the following languages: English, French, German, Italian, Danish, Dutch, Polish, Spanish, Bulgarian, Swedish, and Hungarian. But you can also speak Latvian, Lithuanian, Estonian, Romanian, Finnish, Czech, and Croatian. And I'd also like to tell you that there will be an audio recording and some photographs taken in this meeting.
Då går vi till första punkten och det
Let's move on to the first item, which is adoption of the draft agenda. And you've all seen that we've got a new item for this afternoon's session, so after lunch. And this relates to the coronavirus. And so we're going to have a broad discussion of that with a number of speakers. So we're going to have a discussion and information on the current state of play. With that addition, can we adopt the draft agenda? No one's speaking against that, so the agenda has been adopted. Which takes us on to item 2, the approval of the minutes of the first and constitutive meeting. You received those in advance as well. Does anyone have any comments to make? No, that's not the case. So can we approve the minutes? I'm turning round a little bit here, because I thought that the General Secretary was going to be present, because he asked to make a brief contribution. So we'll continue our meeting until he gets here. I'd like to move on now to item 3 and tell you a little bit about the NAT Commission's work. It's a real pleasure for me to be here at our first regular meeting. Last month we only had a couple of minutes and we had to sort out some formalities. Today I'm very pleased to say that we have a full agenda which includes a number of points on our annual work programme. We've got 4 important opinions to discuss. And also we're going to have an exchange on coronavirus. So that's going to be a good way for us to kick off our term of office. I know that a lot of you were previously also NAT members, Others, like me, are new to this commission, but I think that our combined experience, our expertise, and the new ideas which we have can strengthen our political influence and help us to have a real impact in all of the 10 policy areas which we deal with. Actually, I was a little bit concerned when I first realized how many different policy areas NAT covers. The question was whether we can really be experts in so many fields. Can we make sense of so many different issues? But I think that with your expertise, I'm sure that we'll be able to do that. However, there are lots of links between our policy areas. We talk about maritime policy to consumer policy and health policy. Gradually, with the help of the work programme for 2020, which you have in front of you, I've realised that our broad range of topics is the key strength which we have. These subjects are all interconnected and interdependent. We can't have a sustainable food policy if we don't look at agriculture and fisheries. We won't achieve our goals in the area of public health if we don't talk about having healthy food on our tables and safe products in our shops. We're not going to be able to save ourselves from man-made disasters if we don't have responsible natural resources management and stringent rules to protect consumers. We're not going to be able to enjoy our travels without having vibrant coastal and maritime areas and well-connected rural communities and bountiful forests. So I would say that a lot of these areas are very important for us to take account of. And I think we need to have a great deal of commitment to what the Commission has also highlighted as the Green Deal. And I think that this is an area where we have a lot to contribute to. So, in a word, our policy guidance, our ideas, our suggestions, and advocacy will all contribute to one big goal. That's to say, preserving our natural resources to keep us healthy, nourished, and safe. I don't think it's an overstatement to say that our mission is really vital to the well-being of our societies. So over the next 2.5 years, we're going to be working on a number of major issues for the European Unions. By the end of this year, the multi-annual financial framework needs to be agreed on. And it's going to take a lot of commitment for us to look at what's going to happen when agricultural policy is looked at or forestry policy. We have to make sure that none of our regions are left behind. So they're going to be very tough negotiations on the budget. But also we're going to have to work on the Green Deal. And I think that we're going to have to rely on the many contacts which we have. And I have a very broad network of contacts, not just on legislation, but in different institutions and international organizations that support the regions which are currently not represented here in this committee. They know a lot more than me about the agreements which we have, for example, with the UN WHO and the Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, and our long-standing cooperation with the European Parliament's Agri Committee. You know about the active participation which we have in the European Commission's Atlantic Strategy Steering Committee, the Food Waste Platform, or on the jury of the European Capital of Smart Tourism. We're going to have to nurture all of these existing contacts, and I think that given the assistance which we're going to need, then that is appropriate. And I'm counting on your cooperation to ensure that we bring on board the regional and local perspective in so many of the different areas of our work. Finally, I'd like to say that I intend to work closely with my two vice chairs and all of the political coordinators to ensure that we have efficient political leadership. I'm very grateful for the support of the NAT Secretariat, who my predecessor praised very highly indeed. And I'm convinced that together we'll be able to achieve our goals and also to make an impact across all of our policy areas. I also wanted to announce that starting with the next NAT meeting on the 22nd of April, we're going to have a new standing item on our agenda, which will be on local and regional issues, where I would invite you to present issues that are currently being debated in your own town or region. These might be things which are worrying or exciting or good to know about, with good examples. And the Secretariat is going to invite you to send in your suggestions in good time so we can prepare this agenda item on the 22nd of April. And it's important, if we're going to prepare for this properly, that we get those examples from you. And then I just wanted to let you know we've got the Secretary General here on my right, and he's going to talk a bit more about this. But when we talk about participation at the Committee of Regions and external seminars, there was a meeting which we're going to have tomorrow, which has been cancelled. There are formal meetings such as plenary meetings, etc., which will continue to hold during the current crisis. So before I actually wind up, I mean, this has been very lengthy, and I do want to give the floor to the Secretary General, but I just wanted to tell you about this. I think you've all received this brochure on the tables in front of you. And this shows all of the colleagues who work in the NAT Commission and their Secretariat, and it tells you about their responsibilities. But we'll address that a little bit later once we've heard from the Secretary General. But I'd like to thank you for coming to this meeting. That was my introduction. I know that the Secretary General was also in the other commissions to present things too. But I'd like to welcome him to our meeting.
Dear Chair Landegren, dear members who are present here, I am very happy that I can meet you at your first meeting, but I would also like to greet those of you who should stay at home and who can maybe follow us by the video conference. Thank you also for these new ways of doing. And also thank you very much for your understanding for the measures which have been taken by the committee in the coronavirus context. It's about health protection for all of us, all of you, and also on the proper reacting. The purpose for me today being with you is to tell you how much do I appreciate your work, because what you are doing is very close to citizens, very close to the regions and cities, blue economy, green economy, agriculture, health, consumers. All this is very concrete, and this is, I think, what the citizens are very much interested in. So I'm sure that the impact of your work is great. I'm also here to tell you that I'm very committed to support your work, your political work, as much as we can. And I would stress and underline 3 key words where I would like maybe to strengthen your work even more than in the past. Number 1 would be impact. So that the work you are doing politically should have the biggest possible impact, be it here in the Brussels lawmaking, but also in the regions and cities where you are from. Thank you very much for this great idea of showing examples. I think this goes exactly in this direction. Second, I would be also very much committed in strengthening your communication support for you in your communications, in order to give more visual input for you to use in social media, in paper products you are adopting, so that the citizens and the policymakers can easily understand and be attracted by your messages. And my third and final message would be that I would be also very much vigilant in order to make sure that there is a follow-up to your work. For me, the work does not stop by you adopting an opinion. This is at the end, the beginning of the work, where I think it's appropriate to make sure that once other political players in the town decides about the things where you had adopted opinions, take in account what you have said. So those 3 keywords, impact, communication and visual, and follow-up, are for me very important, and I would offer it to you as our best support. I wish you all the best, and I'm looking forward for good and fruitful cooperation.
Thank you very much, and I think you had good recommendation for us. Impact is the most important thing that we should go for. That proves that our work is important in many ways. So thank you for coming here, and we will see more of you, I hope, in the future.
Thank you very much. Yeah. All the best.
Bye. Då tänkte jag gå över till...
So, moving back to Swedish, last time, when he had a constitutive meeting, I presented myself and introduced myself to you and to Carsten Diddersen did that as well, but other vice chairmans didn't do that to Radom Stresim because I wasn't present. Now, he will, of course, get an opportunity to say a couple of words about himself. I can't see where he is. Yes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank you very much for the trust giving me to vote me for the vice chair of NAT committee. I'm very sorry I couldn't participate last time because I had some very serious reasons, and also I did not expect actually to be elected as a vice chair. So I would like just very shortly introduce myself. I am, first of all, the proud citizen of the rural areas. After my studies of diplomacy and European studies in Prague and Copenhagen, and staying half year in Brussels for internship, I came back as a proud rural citizen to my municipality, which is 250 kilometers eastwards from Prague, to become a mayor 10 years ago. I was that time the youngest mayor of the region, which is not true, luckily now. And it was maybe because my mother used to be a mayor in my municipality, and also my grandfather used to be a mayor. So it was compulsory to be a mayor. And my passion about coming back to the rural areas is to persuade other young people to come back to the rural areas, because I think it's very important. I also teach at the Diplomacy and European Studies at the University of Economics in Prague, and I work also as a vice chairman of the Local Governments Association of the Czech Republic. And my biggest mission is to persuade young people to back to the rural areas and to become a part of the local policy, and also to be a driving force of rural areas. And that's also coming to my two biggest priorities in this committee. One of them is one of the best programs. I think Erasmus and LEADER are two best programs invented by the European Union. So I very much believe in the idea of LEADER, CLLD. I also, last year, I had opinion on CLLD in the Committee of the Regions. And I very much believe that this tool could be very successful to bring young people to the rural areas, and also to help to the rural areas, to the local democracy. I also work with projects of NPAR in Georgia and Bosnia and Herzegovina to support creating local action groups in those regions. And second area of my interest is the policy of smart villages. I really very much believe that this could be one of the driving forces for the rural areas. And I also participate at OECD events which are dedicated to this area. And I really think we have tried to more engage in this kind of policy, creating a future of the rural areas. I will try to do my best to make the voice of the Committee of the Regions stronger, even in the institutional structure of the European Union. I cooperate with several MEPs, also from the Agri Committee, so I will try to do my best because my surname in English is Hornet, so I will try to be as a hornet to help to the committee to be heard very much everywhere where I come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and looking forward to working with you. Då tänkte jag att vi skulle göra...
So I think what we should do is to look at this brochure which we've received. We've got a fantastic secretariat, as I was saying before, and that in fact is a precondition for us to be able to do our work very well. And I know that the people in secretariat are very committed indeed. Now, as some of us are new here, I thought that we would take the time just to very briefly introduce all of them. Perhaps the people can stand up and just tell us what their area of responsibility is. On the left, I've got Christoph Kniel.
Och sedan har...
Then Anja Koschek, who's here at the back. Cyrilla, where is you?
Och vi har Helene Moreau.
And Gina Moreau.
Ni får stå några sekunder längre.
I think it'd be good to stand up for a little bit longer.
2 seconds more. Sen har vi Dimo Stojanov. Och så har vi Dorota Tomalek, som sitter här framme.
She's here in front.
Och sen har vi Julia Soritova. Där. Alexandra Kraniksfeld. Här borta till höger.
She's here on my right.
Ja, Susanna Sjöström. Längst bak i salen.
Right at the back of the room.
Luca Vinosta. Där borta.
So he's there. Are sitting here at the back. That's what they do normally when we have meetings, so that they can follow what we're doing. But you can make contact with them. So we've got quite a tough agenda today. We're under a bit of pressure of time. So perhaps I could try and be quite concise as we move on in our work. And I hope that you'll all do the same. But really, we're talking about a very exciting area. So item 4, organisation of the future work of the Commission. When we had the coordinators meeting earlier today, we didn't propose appointing any rapporteurs for opinions, so I think that we can approve that decision. Can we do that? Yes, okay. Then we've got the work programme for the Commission, which was sent out to members of the Commission electronically. Can we approve that? So that's been approved. Then we have our contribution to... Sorry, are you talking about 4.5? Is this on 4.5?
Du programme de travail de...
We are talking about the working program for 2020 for the NAT Commission work program. Is that where we are?
Okay.
Vårt eget arbetsprogram.
It's the ongoing work programme which has been adopted. They're the Commission's contribution to the committee's annual work report. So I think you can read that as well. Any comments? Can we approve that? Good. Then our follow-up document, which you've received, talking about the latest political developments on our opinions. And there, I thought that when we talk about our future meetings, then we're going to have quite a lot of contacts with people who've been rapporteurs. So I think that it is very valuable for people to come back to us and tell us exactly how your contacts after you've been rapporteurs have been. As the General Secretary has said, to show what sort of impact we've had from our work in our future contacts. So I think that that deals with the whole of item 4, and we can move on to item 5, the work programme of the NAT Commission for 2020. Now, this has been produced by the Secretariat, but we also have an opportunity to collect comments from the political groups. Now, this is based a lot on the work programme which was presented by the Commission. So we reflect in our work programme a lot of what's being done in the Commission. So I'd like to open the floor now to take your comments on our work programme. Christophe Clégault is first.
Varsågod.
Merci, Madame la
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just want to comment on one point on the maritime policy. And this illustrates very well how difficult it is for us to be on the working program of the Commission as well as the follow-up to our opinions, because in the working program, the draft working program as it appears now, the maritime issues are only looked at from a natural resources point of view, or the what's at stake in the Arctic. Of course, those are topical issues, but in 2020 there will be a Commission initiative for maritime industry. Following a report I made on maritime industry, and the Committee of the Regions has been fighting for years to have a European maritime agenda across the board, and that's the NAT's Commission's role, to have a comprehensive approach and not just an approach for the natural resources in maritime subjects. So our mission is a global, a comprehensive approach. So I would like us to be able to rework that section of the work program to rebalance natural resources on the one hand and the comprehensive subject of the maritime issues such as maritime industry and accompaniment for the populations on the edges.
Mr. Wendt.
Thank you, Mr. Wendt. Yes, I'm here. Yes, thank you very much. Well, Chairman, this is the first meeting which I've had here in the NAT Commission. I was in SEDEC before. I've read to the documents today from the first page to the last with a great deal of interest, and I think that we're addressing some very interesting issues here, and I'm looking forward to contribute to that work. Just for completeness, there is just one very important area which has been missed, which is wildlife management. And all of this throws up when it comes to tourism, production of food, etc. So my question is whether this is not really something for us, because the municipalities do own and manage a great deal of forestry land where these animals are. If we're talking about food production and sustainable development, that's part of today's agenda on farm to fork, and that's very important. But I would just like to give members a number of facts. We're talking about 16 and 20 billion euros of turnover in this sector every year. Thousands of people are employed in the sector, particularly in rural areas. I think we need to look after our forests, to also have to look at exactly what effect wild animals have on the forests and on agricultural land. We know that the meat which is produced there is some of the healthiest meat which we have, but the animals there can create a great deal of damage in forests, etc. In particular, we talk about the effect of wild boar on the land. I think that the more animals we have of this type, we need to ensure that more of this meat is actually served in our institutions, in our schools, etc. I think that we really do need to look at this when we're talking about natural resources. In particular, when we're talking about resources where municipalities are in charge of what happens there. So I think that this is a very interesting area for us. It's important when it comes to creating food, it's important when it comes to tourism, employment, but it's also important to take on board the damage which can be done as well. Yes, Catherine Peterson is next.
Yes, thank you very much. In the PES, we would agree with what Christophe just said, but above and beyond that, we don't agree on the first part that we would like to delete, and that's because there are some factual errors here. There is not a political agreement on that part of that, and the other groups are not in agreement, and so I think that's something that deserves to be mentioned. Thank you.
Tack.
Thank you. Sessions next.
I was reading through the document, and I'm very happy that the first point mentioned is Rural Agenda for Europe. What I feel participating in different working groups is that sometimes in the agriculture and rural development policies, animals and birds are more important than people. So I was happy that also in this Rural Agenda for Europe, there is mentioned several important points. I would like just to mention the point I've already mentioned, and it's the smart villages. I feel that I cooperate with ENRD at different workshops, and I also participated in OECD meetings. But what I feel is that nobody still knows what, it's like Yeti, everyone is speaking about it, but nobody knows if it is a policy, if it is a tool, how is it going to be financed, how is it going to be implemented, if it's going to be implemented like a horizontal kind of principle from different funds, who will do that. So I think we should be more active in defining the policy. I think even the European Union and the member states wants to the opinion or our kind of suggestion what we feel its role should be, what should be its relation to smart cities, what should be its relation to smart regions, if it is a competition or if it is not a competition. So there is a lot of questions, and I think we are still talking about it as like a general thing which will help us, but if we do not find a concrete recipe, it's not working. So it would be great. I am very much inspired by South Korea, where the amount of people coming back to rural areas is growing in absolute and relative measures. A lot of young people are coming back, a lot of educated people. They have the basic standards of infrastructure. They have a broadband, 5G, etc., etc. So I think we should be more ambitious in this point and try to develop it, because I think this is the future of the rural areas. And also I'm a little bit missing mentioning local democracy and participation of citizens as a point. I think we are all trying as representatives of local governments to engage citizens as much as possible. But I think that there are different tools like Local Agenda 21 or, of course, Leader method to engage citizens. I think it's also very important, and it is also a part of the smart villages policy.
Tack. Då är det Katrin.
Thank you. Catherine Gloanec-Morin, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just wanted to take the floor on the proposed program, and more specifically on the exchange of views with the Commission in April on the own initiative opinion on the European strategy for the revitalization of the rural areas. And this basically is in line with what was said by the Vice President Schressen. I'm wondering about how this own initiative opinion is progressing, and with a view to this current mandate, I think we should take up contact with the rapporteur and have an exchange of views in April, and then after that it will go back to the Commission. So I think we need to deal with these issues now. And then, of course, there were the questions raised by the Vice President on the issue of smart villages. I am an elected official from a rural area. I was in the Agri Committee at the European Parliament, and I'm very keen on the Smart Villages program because we really don't exactly know how this lines up and how it lines up with smart cities. And so it's very important to get a point of view and information on this issue within the context of the revitalization of rural areas. I think we need to have programs and projects to get young educated people into rural areas, and basically this is all of this comes into play in terms of the future of our rural territories. I'm wondering where we stand. Are we coming towards the end of the drafting, or and of course, I think we need to have an exchange of views before the April meeting. Thank you.
Mr. Amaro.
Molte grazie.
Thank you very much. Well, in reaction to the 2020 working plan, what I think is very important at the moment, given what's happening in Southern Europe, is to concentrate some activity on the fight against drought. I mean, we're looking at the intensification of activities to fight against deforestation of the planet, but perhaps more of a focus on the issue of desertification and the fight against droughts is key. Because the desertification process is tangible. I come from Sicily in the south of Europe. We had, in February, we had the least amount of rain for the last 100 years in a February. So climate change is a key aspect. We want to work to climate neutrality by 2050 and all of that. But we also need policies to fight against desertification, and I think the Commission can have a key role to play there. Thank you.
Malin Jokka. Micro.
Eccoli qua. Grazie.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to ask, within the public health aspects and food production, could it be possible to raise an issue which at the moment primarily affects my region, Campania, but which I think in the short term could spread to all territories where the activity is present, and this is the production of mozzarella di bufala. We've seen issues on our buffalo. We've seen brucellosis crop up, and this is creating a huge damage to the farmers in Campania. I would volunteer to present an opinion on this because the Campania region, over the last few months, has been working on a protocol which goes counter to the Commission rules, and this has represented damage for the producers, but also represents a risk to public health. Thank you.
Då var det Samuel Assopardi.
Yes, Madam Chair. I would like also to stress the need on the climate change and the scarcity of water and water management. I joined my colleague here from the neighboring region of Sicily. I come from the region of Gozo, Malta, and it's been 3 months that our farmers haven't seen any rain. And this is, of course, affecting negatively. And it's been the worst, let's say, lack of rainfall since 1957. And I think we need to look further in detail in all these aspects that are affecting us regions, especially on the southern side of the European Union. Thank you.
Tack, då ser jag ingen mer.
Thank you. Well, I can't see anyone else asking for the floor, so I think that we can round off this discussion because we haven't got a lot of time. But I'd like to thank all of you for your comments. The Secretariat has noted down quite a lot of points there, and I would say that we should try and take on board as many of your comments as possible in the drafting, but also it's important for the Secretariat General to know about these things because they work for everyone. I think that we've got to be selective when it comes to what we actually do because we want to do work which will have a real impact. And obviously, it's always possible for you to come up with ideas for opinions, and it's up to us as a commission to decide whether we think that that is something which is important for us to address. We're not going to do that already, but I think that the points which have been raised so far really do gel very well with our area of work here. So perhaps if you can agree that we can proceed in this way, we've noted all of this, and that we'll come up with some proposals in a couple of days' time. Can we do that? Good. Right. Well, then I think we can move on now to an opinion, adoption of the Stepping Up EU Action to Protect and Restore the World's Forests. Now, here, as we've heard, there's a great deal of commitment to this area. I'd like to ask the rapporteur, Robbie Beaver, to come to the front to present the proposed opinion.
Och naturligtvis också hans sak.
And of course, his expert should come up as well. I don't think that we had a speakers list. I don't think we had a speakers list on this, did we?
Varsågod, herr rapportör.
Rapporteur, you have the floor.
Thank you, dear Chair, colleagues. I first of all want to apologize my expert. She was so kind and respectful to stay in northern Italy and did not come from Venice to Brussels. You understand why. So, concerning this opinion, I inherited from Marco Dus, who had been appointed in the last mandate for rapporteur, but he had not been reappointed as member of the Committee of the Regions, and he asked me to take over this opinion. So thanks to Marco Dus, who started writing down this opinion, he and his expert now staying in Venice for the moment. So on July 19, the European Commission adopted a new communication on this subject, to which now we as Committee of the Regions are replying in this opinion. Deforestation is a very complex phenomenon with multiple drivers. The increasing demands from a growing global population for food, feed, bioenergy, timber and other commodities are its main drivers. Agriculture accounts for 80% of deforestation worldwide. Intensive livestock farming and large industrial soy and palm oil plantations in particular are major culprits for deforestation in tropical countries. Deforestation is the second largest source of anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions and a major driver of biodiversity loss. When we protect existing forests and increase forest cover sustainably, we safeguard livelihoods and increase the income of local communities. So intact forests is not only biodiversity, but also impacts on physical and mental health of our citizens, not to speak about ecosystem services like climate change, water management, and so on. So in the opinion, we call for policy coherence to align the efforts, objectives, and outcomes of the different EU policies, like the EU Biodiversity Strategy to 2030, the new Common Agricultural Policy, and all the EU's international commitments like the Paris Agreement, the SDGs, the Green Deal, and so on. So these policies have to be merged in a comprehensive sustainability strategy with clear objectives and implementation measures, and with due regard to a social, economic, and environmental balance. The European Commission communications set out 5 priorities with key actions. But we stress in our opinion that it's not only to encourage, but to guarantee the consumption of products from non-EU deforestation-free supply chains. This is a central point in the process of protecting and restoring the world's forests. We need clear certification schemes for deforestation-free products, as well as labels to identify the deforestation rate of a product. So consumers have the right to be informed about the environmental impact of their choices. And we underline that voluntary initiatives by the private sector and financial industry have so far not been sufficient to halt and reverse global deforestation. Therefore, we call on the Commission to make compliance with environmental and human rights due diligence standards mandatory. The Commission has to step up its effort in the fight against illegal logging through the full and effective implementation of the EU Forest Law Enforcement Governance and Trade Work Plan to 2022. And we urge all EU institutions and agencies to lead by example by modifying the behavior, procurements and framework contracts towards the use of deforestation-free only products. So public procurement can be an important way in this direction. Since a considerable part of primary forests are located outside the EU, it is crucial to increase cooperation with third countries, especially tropical countries, in the fight against deforestation. And it is fundamental to improve the environmental education in developing countries by direct involvement of citizens. And of course, substantial investments are needed, and financial markets have a role to play in ensuring a more sustainable future and help implement the UN SDGs and the Paris Agreement, also in the context of forest and deforestation. So more financial support should be provided to increase the number of projects related to the creation of urban and peri-urban forests and ecological corridors. And in this context, we as local and regional authorities have an important role to play. We should be strongly involved in these policies. So finally, forests are the green lungs of our planet, and we must care for them in the same way we care for our own lungs. We will not meet our climate targets without protecting the world's forests. The EU does not host the world's major primary forests on its territory, but the imports of our businesses, our actions as individuals, and our policy choices have a major impact on this policy. So you have seen that I myself tabled 10 amendments just to give a special connotation from my point of view to the opinion, and I hope you could, as well as my group, support these amendments. Thank you.
Tack, herr rapportör.
Thank you very much, Rapporteur. I think it's a bit unusual that a rapporteur makes so many amendments to their own opinion, but I've understood that you actually took on this opinion from another rapporteur, in fact, so that is understandable. I'd like to open the floor if anyone wants to comment on the opinion.
Där borta, min svenska kollega.
Yes, my Swedish colleague.
Tack, fru ordförande.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. And I'm also going to be speaking Swedish. From the viewpoint of the Greens, I'd like to say that this is a very welcome report. I think it's very important that we should produce something on the forests, and that we should also look at timber and forests. It's also very important in these times with climate change that our forests survive for so many reasons. We've got to use our forests, but they've got to be used sustainably. And we have to have policies and methods in place which mean that we can use forests without destroying our ecosystem. And I think that it's both the municipalities and the councils that need to ensure that that happens. They can blaze the trail on that one. Yes, thank you for that contribution. Who's this? Mirja Vekapera, you have the floor.
Kiitos. Thank you very much, Chairman. I'm from Finland. 80% of our surface area in Finland is forest, and we really live in the middle of the forest, and we live from the forest as well. And what I was thinking about with regard to the role of the Committee of the Regions and the responsibility of local and regional authorities in terms of protecting natural diversity and promoting these issues. In this context, it's very important when we chart and estimate the value of nature in our own area, we need to look at land use and building, because basically there are certain monopolies at play in terms of land planning, and a lot of species are being destroyed. And so we need to make sure that we have programs to protect nature. We also need to protect our water resources, and we need to have solutions where we promote the value of nature, but we also need to make sure that people can take advantage of nature, for example, for natural tourism. And that's really something that falls on the shoulders of the municipalities. But also, the forest economy, as it were, is also very important. 60% of forests in Finland are owned privately by private companies and private individuals, and almost all of them have a protection program or a management plan for forestry, also in terms, for example, of felling trees, about 60%. And then the rest of it is owned by the government and others, and then the government, the national government, only owns 5%. So really, it's very much in private hands. And basically, wherever you are in Finland, you will see a forest. And so, only by having these forests can we really live up to our commitments in terms of reducing emissions. The rapporteur talked about the support from third countries, and this is something that we need to do in the European Union and in our member states. This is very important, and I really agree. And for example, if we talk about forestation, reforestation, measures for further diversity outside the borders of the EU, that's also very important. We are now setting up a forestry fund to help forestry in Africa and elsewhere so that we can have private money join EU money to promote these things. And I'm sure that many companies and other parties would be very interested in promoting this forestry fund and promoting measures in areas where the forests have been destroyed in one way or another.
Tack. Då var det fru Balicko.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Boko.
Buongiorno a tutti, grazie.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chairman. I would just like to say that already since 1992 we have a law, number 13, which imposes planting one tree for every child born for every city above 15,000 inhabitants. We also introduced the support for protecting monumental trees, and the day of tree protection is the 21st of November. So it's a good practice we have. Every year we plant 300 new trees for each child that is registered. I know that Italy hasn't always been sensitive to this issue, but we do have a national law which imposes on the local authorities to take charge of this important project. Thank you.
Tack. Då har jag
Thank you. So no one else is asking for the floor, so let me give the floor back to the rapporteur to make any comments which he has.
Thank you, Chair, and I recognize that you agree with the opinion and what it's stated in the opinion. Let's say that protecting our forests, not only inside Europe but worldwide, it's an egoistic approach. Because forests is important, you said it yourself, for water management, but also in the context of climate change, and it's one of the largest CO2 sink. So planting a tree is reacting against climate change, and that means that it's most important to protect and even reforest our regions, our member states, and beyond the Union. So thanks for your support, and we'll continue in this direction. Thanks.
Tack.
Thank you. Well, I would therefore suggest that we start to look at the amendments and vote on them as we normally do. So I'm looking at amendment number 1. Who's in favour of Amendment 1? Hands up, please.
Tack. Ta ner.
Thank you. Who wishes to vote against this? Any abstentions? So we've approved Amendment 1. Amendment 2. Who's in favour? Against? Abstentions? So we've also approved Amendment 2. Amendment 3 and 9, which we are proposing to vote on as a block. So on Amendments 3 and 9, in favour? Against? Abstentions? So we've approved Amendments 3 and 9. Amendment 4, in favour? Against? Abstentions? Okay, so we've approved number 5, says the chair. Sorry, 4, she corrects. Amendment 5 is next. In favour? Thank you. Against? Abstentions? So we've adopted Amendment 5. Amendment 6 in favour? Thank you. Against? Abstentions? So we've approved Amendment 6. Number 7 in favour? Against? Abstentions? Okay, approved. Amendment 8 in favour? Thank you. Against? Abstentions? Okay, that's been approved. And now we have the final amendment, number 10, in favour? Against? Abstentions? So that's also been approved. Now, let's vote on all of the opinion with the amendments. In favour? Thank you. Against? So 1 against. Thank you. Any abstentions? Okay, so we've approved the opinion as amendment with 1 person who was against. So thank you and congratulations to the rapporteur.
And thank you to my expert and to all those of the Secretariat who helped to finalize this. Thanks.
Då ska vi gå till...
Right. Well, that brings us on to item 7 of the agenda, which is a first discussion of an opinion on cross-border health care. And the rapporteur is Karsten Uno Pettersson. And here we've got 2 experts, Julia Winkler and she's a team leader of Health Across Initiative and the Lower Austria Health and Social Fund. And we also have Rosella Soldi, who's the Managing Director of Progress Consulting, the lead analyst of cross-border healthcare Reg Hub consultation.
I leave the word to Peder Karsten Uno Pedersen. Varsågod.
You have the floor, sir.
Tack för det, fru.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Well, I'm really looking forward to presenting this draft for a working document on the implementation and future perspectives for cross-border healthcare. Basically, the question is, are the cross-border directives on healthcare working? It's been 5 years since this has been implemented, and there have been statements and declarations made by the Committee of the Regions on this. And so I'm very pleased that the European Commission has made a reference to the Committee of the Regions to see if we can drop an opinion on the implementation of the directive. And I hope that we will have the possibility to have a good discussion. And I would just like to underscore that this is a preliminary discussion and a first reading, because we need to hear from the regional hubs, and we would like to hear from them very shortly, but of course we may be kept waiting. But we would like to work the results of the discussions with the hubs in the final draft that will be dealt with on the 22nd of April in this House. And cross-border patient mobility is a major policy issue. There was a Eurobarometer 2018 report which indicates that 34% of EU citizens see health as the most important policy area in their region. Another Eurobarometer study showed that people's desire to go to other EU member states to have care showed that about 50% of EU citizens would be happy to travel to another member state for health care, but the other 50% wouldn't want to. But basically, the indication is that it's mostly younger people who would be more willing to travel for health care. The older people are, the more they want to be taken care of close to home. And of course, the older people get, the more they need health care. And so there is this is no surprise to hear that most people feel that being taken care of close to home is the safest thing today. And so we need to provide that safe health care to our citizens. Cross-border patient health care and treatment is very important. And as local and regional authority representatives, we need to make sure that we have a good implementation of the directive. And I would point out 5 major issues that are very important in this context. First of all, we need to higher patient mobility is not a goal in and of itself. Cross-border mobility might be more relevant in cross-border regions, because maybe the nearest hospital is across the border, or maybe across the border there is a larger capacity, or perhaps a shorter waiting time. But cross-border mobility really needs to take into consideration the situation of the patient. So mobility in and of itself is not the goal. Also, we need to make sure that citizens have easy access to information about healthcare in other member states. Member states have to set up the national contact points which provide citizens information as to cross-border healthcare. Citizens should be able to take an informed choice on their healthcare. And so as central authorities, we need to make sure that we live up to these requirements. Another point is that we need to take into consideration the fact that there are regional differences. The EU Commission's analysis shows that geographical differences in health systems and different payment systems is something which is a determining factor in this area. And for this reason, the directive should take into consideration any regional differences. A fourth point and principle is that any administrative costs extra administrative costs of cross-border healthcare should be dealt with, because sometimes it's more expensive to have healthcare abroad. But we should also bear in mind that it's a very small amount of persons who go cross-border to get healthcare, and this is not necessarily a huge burden on the systems. And so this is not something that should undermine the treatment of patients. And so we need to make sure that we find solutions that are best for our citizens. And for this reason, I would like to see the Commission look at the administrative costs for national, local, and regional authorities when they implement the directive. And a fifth point, which I would like to mention, is that we should look at the issue of prior authorization. The Commission says that prior authorization is an administrative burden for patients looking for cross-border health care, but prior authorization can also make sure that the proper reimbursement is made. The citizen will have to pay in advance, and of course it's necessary to make sure that they are reimbursed for any out-of-pocket expenditure. And so, and this, of course, is something that comes into play for hospital stays, but prior authorization for short hospital stays of 1 day is something that could be very burdensome. And so we need to, however, make sure that we have a system that provides economic certainty for our citizens. And so I now have concluded my summary, and I look forward to your comments. Thank you.
Tack föredragande.
Thank you very much indeed, Rapporteur. I'd like to give the floor now to Julia Winkler, who is the team leader for the Health Across Initiative and also for Lower Austria Health and Social Fund. You have the floor.
Ja, vielen Dank, Frau
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I'd like to thank you for allowing me to be present. I just want to tell you a little bit about the practice which we have in Lower Austria when it comes to cross-border healthcare. A lot in this is covered by this directive already, but there are some things which go beyond it. I'd just like to take you to Lower Austria for a moment so that you can get an idea of what cross-border healthcare looks like. Lower Austria is the land around Vienna. We have external borders of 414 kilometers, in particular with the Czech Republic and Slovakia, and a bit further south, Hungary is very close to us. We have a lot of country regions, in particular on the borders, where healthcare is not the same sort of level as you would get if you lived in urban areas. And that's why in Austria we thought about this very early on indeed. We wanted to ensure that we had proper healthcare for our citizens. We started in 2006, and at the time the directive did not exist, and we thought about this. We really were on a diving board. There was no pool underneath us. We didn't know how this was going to work. We contacted the Maas-Rhine region, which already had experience with this, and we wanted to be in contact with them. We saw that there were contacts on both sides of the border there, and there were a lot of things that they were doing that we wanted to look at. It was very important for us to ensure that when it comes to our citizens in border areas, that they have access to healthcare services, whether it's in our own country or on the other side of the border. And that's something which we do with innovative ideas, as we call it. Basically, we try out different ideas to see whether it's possible to help citizens. Now, we don't carry out studies. We don't have documents and project groups, but the important thing is that at the end of our project, we actually have benefits for people, and that people feel okay that they have this access, and we create some positive regional effects. Now, we do this in two ways. Firstly, we have cross-border cooperation projects with neighbouring countries. Also, we do this with networking. Now, when we were given the job by regional politicians to look at this, we said that we would do EU projects, get some money on that and see how that all works. It wasn't quite as straightforward as that, but I think we did a fairly good job. And I'd like to tell you what sort of projects we have underway and show you what sort of cooperation we already have with our partner countries. Firstly, we've got the Health Across project, which is where the name of my current department comes from. And here I'll take you on a journey to Gmünd, České. This is cooperation between Austria and České. This is an area which was separated by the Iron Curtain. But of course that's open now. It's possible to do all sorts of things if you live on one side of the border, go to school, etc., on the other side of the border, but you can't use the healthcare service. And we thought that that needed to be changed. Ambulances, same sort of thing. They're not allowed to cross the border themselves. They're not allowed to work on the other side of the border because they're not allowed to put on their blue lights, and the doctors might not be recognized there. So we started in 2006. We came together. You can see here pictures of our partners. So we did quite a lot for the emergency services. We put them together. We ran language classes, etc. And we looked at how Czech patients could be treated on an outpatient basis in our hospitals. We started with a test process, and we've now had 7,600 Czech patients who have been dealt with on an outpatient basis here. If you're on the border with Czech Republic and you break your foot, you're able to come over to us in Austria and be treated. That's not a problem. So we've got both languages in use, so language is not a barrier here. We've always got someone on the ward who speaks German and someone else who speaks Czech or English as well. This is an area where we saw that all of this does function in practice and it can be used regularly. The closing event of our project, the event which we've run there was booked out. We then looked at whether or not we could take in patients from the Czech Republic. We can do that. We do have a charging mechanism in place there. We look to see how this works with our Czech colleagues, but the patients themselves don't have any problems. They can come to us and be treated. Second part of the project was that we wanted to look to the future. We've got a border area where we've got a lot of green areas, and we wanted to set up some sort of healthcare facility there. It's a centre which is currently being built and will be open this year or next year. And we wanted people from the medical professions to come from both sides of the border to work there. And it's a project which is valued at about 2.5 million. And the Austrian funding was also available there. It was a question of actually identifying why we could get money from to run this. The second project is between South Bohemia and Lower Austria. We looked to see what hospitals there were, what the needs were, what is suitable to do in this region as far as we're concerned. Now, obviously, you start by looking at what is possible. We had language guides in Czech and German. We did joint exercises just to get to know people. And there are certain diseases which were not treated very well in the Czech Republic. Endometriosis, for example, a disease of the womb, where we got the doctors to come over to us for extra training. I think that it's interesting to look beyond the border to get to know people and see what we can learn from others. Apart from endometriosis, we created facilities and partnerships which work. We thought about a process for reimbursement. We heard before about the problems of getting your money back, and we set up a procedure to ensure that this was all dealt with. We really try and find the best way of working, something which is the most practical thing for the patients concerned.
Wir haben vor 2 Jahren das Projekt Bridges for Birth.
Then we've got another project called Bridges for Birth, where we work for the first time with the Slovak Republic. We looked at the situation on the border, where in Lower Austria, where we have delivery suites, where we have about 600 babies born every year. Now, what we saw is that if there are any problems with the children which are born there, and those children had to be transferred to another medical facility in Austria, then they would have to go to Graz or somewhere a couple of hours away. But what we've achieved is the possibility of actually taking those sick children to a hospital in Bratislava, so they drive for about 15 minutes instead of 2 hours. And then with Hungary, we're looking at digital pathology. That's still underway. So we really did look to see how we could cooperate with our partner countries and regions. And then also, we receive information through our networks. There's the EUREGA network, which was very helpful for us because we're down there in Lower Austria, and we're quite a long way away from the EU. EUREGA is our link with what's happening here when it comes to healthcare, and we're very pleased that we are able to pool our experience with cross-border healthcare in that forum too. And then we participate in a number of other networks, the WHO Regions for Health Network. We've got a brochure which we produced there on cross-border healthcare. So there are a lot of border regions in Lower Austria, and I think you can only see this if you look at maps very carefully. And I think that if we can help people on the other side of borders, then it's a very good thing indeed. And that's what we've been doing.
Das war's im Großen und Ganzen.
So basically, that was it from me. The important thing is that we work on the basis of the directive, but we go a bit beyond it too, because I think there are a lot of things that you can do for yourself. The border regions are quite different one from the other, but the problems which we have to deal with are often very similar. So that's it. Thank you.
Tack för en fantastisk...
Yes, well, thank you. That was fantastically interesting. A real local example of cross-border cooperation. So I'd like to give the floor now to Rosella Soldi, who is the Managing Director of Progress Consulting and lead analyst of cross-border healthcare Reg Hub consultation. So please.
Thank you, Chairman. Okay, my presentation reports on preliminary findings and results of a consultation on cross-border healthcare, which was carried out internally by you, the European Committee of the Regions. So you designed, you organized, and you implemented this consultation through the network of regional hubs. The network of regional hubs is a pilot project which is currently having 36 members, and 27 of these members replied to the questionnaire. 21 of these hubs have a border with a neighbor country by land or by sea. The The hubs have contact points, and they were allowed or asked to consult with the relevant stakeholders. According to the information they provide in the questionnaires, we estimate that at the end of the day, more than 150 stakeholders were somehow involved in the consultation. You may see in this map the members are in blue, and the ones who replied to the consultation have the red dot. The objectives of the consultation were to find out about the implementation of the directive at the territorial level and to understand which are the expectations of regional authorities on the future development of cross-border healthcare. One specific question was about expectations from EU institutions, and in particular also from the European Committee of the Regions and at the EU level. Another objective was to collect experiences and suggestions on the way to address challenges faced in cooperation at the territorial level, and also to inquire about the need to review the directive and its implementing measures at national and regional level. The evidence is that a very small number of Europeans are actually benefiting from the directive. A recent report of the European Court of Auditors quantified it in 0.05% of the EU population. So the evidence is that there is something is going wrong in cross-border healthcare, and the question is what? Preliminary analysis of results have identified some main critical areas and some promising solutions which are based on the suggestions and recommendations made by the regional hubs during the consultation. The first critical area is that there is an excessive burden on patients, and this was reiterated several times while replying to questions. The burden is both administrative and financial. I cannot give you many examples. I just focus on one example, and it's about the application of financial compensation mechanisms between entities, which is somehow relieving the patient by making upfront payments for healthcare. The result is that very few regional hubs are actually implementing this financial compensation mechanism, even if overall there is a very positive opinion on this mechanism. So the evidence is that there is very ample room for improvement in this area. The second critical area is low awareness and knowledge about the directive, and this is not just among patients. This is also about across regional authorities themselves, and probably the most negative aspect is also about among healthcare professionals. An example of low profile of the directives is given by this question. Are you, as a regional authority, giving information, or you have an entity, or you have a person which is dedicated to inform about the directive? And 11 of the respondents say no. In most of the other cases, there is a person, but this person is doing it part-time, meaning that it's looking after many other things. In general, there is a low profile of a directive, and this is as a result of a consultation. This is coming out also that the role of national contact points is national contact points are underperforming. They are not really doing what they are supposed to do. But it's also true that, for example, regional authorities do not link automatically to national contact points, and they do not provide information to healthcare professionals. They do not have information on healthcare cost visible, accessible. So there are many areas which may be improved, and you will find practical examples given by regional hubs and suggestions in the report. A further critical areas is that there is a limited number of cooperation activities. 13 of the participating hubs are reporting about a cooperation agreement in place, but this cooperation agreement often are not involving the regional authorities themselves, but are directly between hospitals. So the involvement of regional authorities in the negotiation and in these agreements is even lower, only 7. On the other hand, when they were asked if they were willing to set a cooperation in the near future, the reply is the majority is 81% said yes. So this is another area where there is a very good room for improvement. And the last, it's not the last, fourth critical area is the presence of legal and administrative barriers. Of course, you have different countries bordering with different rules, different experiences, different legislation as well. You will find a reply where a set of options on how to overcome with these barriers are given a score by the hub. One of the most interesting suggestions was to carry out a comparative study of legal rules applicable to healthcare services along the borders, and also advocating for the adoption of a European cross-border mechanism. Another call in this area is to get more European standards. That means simplifying billing procedures, simplifying exchange of information between structures and entities involved in cross-border healthcare. There is a fourth area which is related to data for monitoring patient flows, but it's not reported here. You will find it in the report. Expectation from the European institutions. You will find a long list in the report. Basically, the expectation from the European Committee of the Region is to communicate proactively on the results and the findings on the implementation of the directive at the territorial level. So to follow up on this survey. To give a second recommendation, give political impetus to cross-border initiatives. Also, as I was mentioning before, to raise the profile of the directive, which is actually at the moment very low. Another call, which is repeated several times, is advocate for the allocation of adequate funding, and the call corresponding to the EU level is to in the next programming period, to allocate enough funding with good funding conditions, co-financing rate, and so on. Then support and facilitate political dialogues, and to raise awareness about cross-border healthcare cooperation, also through the dissemination of lessons learned and best practices. There was emphasis on the need to build on what has been already done, and there is our remark is that, which is found in literature, is that many of the projects related to cross-border healthcare have not been assessed, evaluated. That means we are losing a lot of information on what went wrong and what went right. So there is a call through the consultation to get evidence out of what has been done and build on this evidence before launching new projects. At the EU level, as I said, the focus is on EU funding, political and financial support on a longer-term basis, and the removal of legal and administrative barriers, and then improvement of information, communication, and awareness. There was the key question, do you want to review, do you think there is a need to review the directive? And the replies are no. No changes are needed. I mean, the majority of the replies, 11 replies. 10 say yes, it needs to be reviewed. Respondents are also divided when asked if they want to review the implementing measures at national and regional level. You will find all the results and some analysis in the report, upcoming report.
Tack så mycket. Och nu har vi...
Thank you very much. Well, we've got 18 minutes before the lunch break, so I hope that you've got some short and concise contributions. And I'm just looking at our interpreters. We may go on for 5, 10, 15 minutes extra, but the 90 minutes for the lunch break will not be a problem. So perhaps we can see if you've got any comments from what you've heard. Yes, I'll be brief. In 23, there's a talk of the minimum threshold under the directive, but we can't actually find that particular term anywhere in the Swedish legislation. I'd ask the rapporteur just to look at that. So minimum threshold is not a term which we recognise, so that needs to be clarified. Another request which I have for the rapporteur is that you wrote something about the rules from the patient's viewpoint. I can't see any recommendations on how to simplify things for patients. It's very complicated the way things are at the moment, so I'd like us to have some sort of passage in this on how the system can be simplified. Yes, thank you. Varikali.
Sì, grazie.
Thank you. Well, I'd like to express my appreciation for this working document on future prospects for cross-border healthcare. However, I do think it would be important to include something about what is going on, which we'll be discussing later, of course, with the coronavirus. Forms of cooperation to overcome some barriers in cross-border healthcare in cases of pandemics, natural risks, or environmental disasters. Perhaps in the recommendations we could add this through some amendments. Thank you.
Birgitta Zachreus.
I Sverige har vi det så att
In Sweden, the situation is such that the state decides on whether a patient is to be treated abroad. And in the regions, it's up to us to pay for that. And so I think that Swedish patients are very interested in getting care abroad. And we've noted that the price of that is higher than the prices which we have in the regions. We would like there to be greater transparency with what it is you're paying for the treatments given abroad. We want to have transparency, which many regions would like to have when there's payment for care abroad. for our citizens.
Tack. Då ser jag ingen mer.
Yes, thank you. Well, I can't see anyone else who wants to make a contribution here. Oh,
Herr Voss.
Mr. Voss.
Ja, vielen Dank von meiner Seite.
Yes, thank you from me too to the rapporteur. Schleswig-Holstein and Denmark have a joint border, and this is a very big challenge in this area where we have the same sort of culture, we work together. There's a real need for us to have better flexibility when it comes to healthcare, and I therefore think that what is currently being discussed is the right subject for us. So we need to have greater cross-border cooperation, and we need to have an adjustment of legislation on both sides of these borders. I think this is going to be a very good opinion. Thank you.
Tack.
Yes, thank you. Well, I can't see anyone else asking for the floor, so I'd like to turn first to the rapporteur and ask if you have any comments you'd like to make.
Tack.
Yes, thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to thank the two presentations that we got from Austria. It shows that there is a lot of cooperation between member states. And this is something that really doesn't have anything to do with the directive. If we want to have bilateral agreements and if there's a political resolve to do it, then it can be done. And this is a brilliant example. Austria has shown us that this can be done. And we have many other examples that cooperation can exist. South Denmark, my region, and Schleswig-Holstein in Germany have cooperation. There are Franco-Belgian cooperation, Belgo-Netherlands cooperation, and so this all can be done. And what we need to remember, and this is something that I stressed originally, was that you need to remember that healthcare, as per the treaty, is a national remit. And the reason that we have a directive is because there were some ECJ judgments that basically determined how certain member states should deal with these issues. And so the starting point was really not that the legal system should determine how health policy should be carried out. It's really a political question and a political decision, and that's what's enshrined in the directive. But there are possibilities to have this type of cooperation if there is political resolve, and there are many examples in many places. And then we heard about another situation when we got a lot of figures really talking about the advantages and disadvantages of the systems. But it will be very good to read this report. And of course, we will be working all of the information into our next draft, which will be dealt with next time. Basically, a lot of this just came, from left field, all of these figures. But obviously, we see that there are certain hindrances. And this is something that was put forth very clearly in the presentation. There are some issues that have to do with citizens, with health care services, of course, each bearing their own responsibilities. And so this is something that we need to work into the report. You also said that we need to learn from each other. We need to exchange best practices. And this is really one of the main advantages of the cross-border directive. It's very good that we can tap into each other's strengths and learn from each other's weaknesses. And that's very important in terms of our cooperation. So Some of the figures that you showed were actually in very small print, and so it was very difficult to know whether they were positive or negative, and how significant they were. But obviously, we're going to take a closer look at the figures, and we will certainly be building in the results of your report into the next draft of this document. And there were other questions. For example, there was a question on the minimum threshold. It's basically €7 as per the Commission, and so that's not a lot. And perhaps that's something that could be raised ever so slightly. Now, in terms of simplification and looking at this from the patient's point of view, we agree. And this is really one of the principles that I mentioned. We really need to take into consideration the individual patient. They're the ones who have to determine whether or not they are going to be receiving treatment. And so I think we need to work in the context of that principle. And there was another principle that was mentioned. I'm not really sure where it is. Easy access to information. That is very important. And for this reason, we have these hubs and these national contact points. So they should be able to provide the information that is necessary to be able to take decisions on these treatments. In Denmark, it's the individual regions that host these hubs. And so this is something that they work on a day-to-day basis in conjunction with the hospitals. And so, of course, we need to make sure that we make progress to simplify these systems. On the coronavirus, well, what I can say is that this is not just an epidemic. Obviously, it's a pandemic now. And so this is something that falls under the WHO rules that basically most states have signed on to, and so we have to look at the WHO recommendations and work with them. If I can find a way to work this into the report, I will very happily do that, because I do really agree with that point. And then there was a point on the states taking advantage of regions and having a refund for something that costs more than what it would cost in the home member state. And, or some people who say, well, for example, it might be cheaper to go to Portugal and get reimbursement based on my home state cost. No, that's not the way it works. You need to get a reimbursement for the real costs and at a maximum what it would cost in your home member state. So obviously we need to make sure that we can't circumvent the system in that way. And this is something that's also in the directive, and we can also state this and underscore this in a more precise way. And then another thing that was mentioned was cooperation. Yes, cooperation is good. And it's really the patient that's at the heart of all of this. And that's really the starting point as to determine whether or not treatment can be given in a cross-border situation.
Yes, thank you very much. I'd like to thank you, the rapporteur, and our external speakers. And we're looking forward to coming back to look at this report again on the 22nd of April. Well, we've actually got 6 minutes left before the lunch break now. I know that Christoph Knie had prepared a brief presentation on what happens when we adopt opinions, when we assign rapporteurs, and how we try and bring influence to bear through this type of instrument. So let me open up the floor and ask you to tell us how we can get the biggest impact for our rapporteurs.
Is about the life cycle of an opinion. It's intended to be shown to all the members in all the different commissions of the Committee of the Regions, mainly intended for new members who might not be very familiar with the proceedings and the procedures that we are using here when it comes to the elaboration of the opinions. So this is a very short presentation. More details can always be asked from the Secretariat or from the colleagues working in the Secretariats of the political groups or the national delegations, but we are always there to advise you. Before I start, I should maybe say the opinions are the main political tool of the Committee of the Regions. This is basically why the Committee of the Regions exists, to make Europe a better place through the recommendations expressed in the opinions. For the Secretariat and also sometimes for the rapporteurs, this gets maybe sometimes lost in all the procedures. You know, we have amendments and we have deadlines and we have this and that, but the essence is the political message in the opinions. So quickly about how is an opinion launched, initiated, how is it chosen, who will draft the report, and what are the different steps in the Commission. Here the NAT Commission, but a similar presentation, as I said, is done in the other commissions as well. The starting point is usually a document we receive from the other institutions, Parliament, Council, Commission. Sometimes, and this is why you see in the presentation, at the request and in reaction, there's a difference. Sometimes the other institutions precisely and specifically ask the Committee of the Regions to draw up an opinion. Sometimes the other institutions inform us about a document they are preparing, they are working on, and then the Committee of the Regions can act to it also through an opinion. Another option is that the Committee of the Regions decides to issue an own initiative opinion, at its own initiative, because you members think that it's an important topic and the Committee of the Regions should be ahead of the process in the other institutions and launch something new. This is usually suggested by members, but by individual members, by political groups, by the Secretariat. An example, by the way, is the opinion you have just heard, cross-border healthcare. It started as an own initiative opinion because the Committee of the Regions, the NAT Commission, thought it's an important topic and we should be on top of it. In the course of time, though, the European Commission had then also asked the Committee of the Regions to draw up an opinion on this. So the legal base of this opinion of Mr. Peterson changed in the course of time. So you have an example for first initiative and then at the request of another institution. When these requests or documents arrive in the Committee of the Regions, it's the President of the COR to decide which commission is responsible for dealing with it. There is, of course, an administrative procedure before that, but the final say is with the President. And I can say it's sometimes not clear to which commission a document should be attributed. Then a decision has to be taken. And currently the negotiations in the Commission for the Rules of Procedure foresee also some special procedures for those cases where a document or a dossier sits in between two commissions. It's then for you, the members in the NAT or in the other commissions, to decide whether an opinion should be elaborated on the basis of the documents received by the other institutions. Own initiative opinion has to go through the Bureau. What is maybe important for you to know that what you have seen this morning, the ongoing work program, is where all this information can be seen. All the documents received from the other institutions and all the suggestions of the Secretariat to elaborate an opinion or not. So if you are interested in becoming a rapporteur, you should consult the ongoing work program and see which dossiers are there. Also, the document is a suggestion of the Secretariat. The decision is with you. So any member, of course, can suggest that either a document should become an opinion or that another suggested opinion should maybe be neglected. So it's a decision of members in the meeting. Procedurally, the Commission decides who becomes a rapporteur. That's clear in the rules of procedure. If there are more than one candidate, it's a vote. Politically, there's usually an agreement among political groups before the main meeting of the Commission to present only one name to the members of the Commission. So the advice, if you want to become a rapporteur, would be to go through your political group secretariat. Then, after the nomination of a rapporteur in a meeting, come the subsequent meetings where the opinion is being discussed. The first meeting is an exchange of views, usually where the rapporteur shares his or her views with the other members, and the members have then the chance to contribute, so the rapporteur can pick up some of the recommendations there. This document is available also 2 weeks before the meeting in all languages. Then the next meeting usually is the adoption of the opinion in the Commission. As you have seen this morning, the opinion on deforestation was adopted after there had already been a discussion in the previous NAT meeting on the basis of a discussion document. And here it's where members can suggest amendments, as it was the case this morning. There were 10 amendments. And this is to formalize the process of getting different views and maybe even regional examples into the text. So the amendments, for the Secretariat, it's a procedure. For members, it's a way of exchanging political ideas. The opinion is voted, adopted, and then moves on to the plenary, where all commissions then present their opinions, and there's not a process with amendments, but it's basically the same as you have seen in the Commission. Then the final vote is taken on the amended opinion. This is the process. Of course, there are a lot of other things happening in parallel to this administrative process and the discussion in the commissions. For example, stakeholder meetings. We just had one of Mrs. Armengold's opinion yesterday, a stakeholder consultation where it's a hearing with interested parties, stakeholders, NGOs, businesses. Rapporteurs are asked to meet the other EU institutions. There's a lot of press activities, there's conference, seminars, events, lots of things that we organize in cooperation with the rapporteur in order to have the rapporteur involved in the political process of elaboration of the opinion. Just a quick information, although most of the time English is the language, there can be interpretation and for rapporteurs who are not happy to speak English, and we usually also manage to provide this interpretation for meetings, for conferences. We cover the costs when the rapporteur and the expert participate in events, and timing is 6 to 9 months. Thank you.
Det var ju solklart.
Well, I think that was quite clear, but are there any questions? Right, well, thank you, Christoph, for running us through that. And as you said, if you have any questions, then you're welcome to contact the Secretariat if you want to know how to become rapporteur, if there are any questions about the practicalities. Right, well, I think that we shall break for lunch now. It's 5 minutes past 1, which means that we're going to come back this afternoon at 2:35 for a very exciting discussion. So 5 minutes past 2:30, if you like. So 2:35 in English.
Please take your seats so we can start. Please take your seats. We will now start the meeting after lunch. And I'm going to speak Swedish now, so put your headphones on. Då ska vi starta.
Right, I'd like to get back to work.
Quiet. Då ska vi börja på ärende 8.
I'd like to start with item 8. This is an opinion and an exchange of views on towards more sustainable tourism for EU cities and regions. Manuel Alejandro Calaneta Flores is the rapporteur. Now, we had an opportunity to discuss things with you previously when we were talking about tourism. And I think that this is a very exciting and important subject. I think if we see that we have climate change, we have to see what we can do about it. And in terms of tourism as well, and this is a large source of income for many cities and regions. We've got Katarina Torstensson will be a speaker. She comes from Smart Tourism and Sustainability in Gothenburg. And she's also responsible for the European Capital of Smart Tourism in 2020, so you're very welcome. And we're also going to hear from José Banza-Bias, who is an MEP, who I believe is going to be coming in a little while. So Manuel Alejandro Cadeneta is our rapporteur, and he, of course, will get the ball rolling. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Ms. President. There, Ulrika. Gracias, señora Presidenta.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the Committee of the Regions, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to have an exchange of views as to how we can move towards a more sustainable tourism for EU cities and regions. Ladies and gentlemen, tourism is a very strategic sector. It brings more than 10% of EU GDP, and it employs about 27.3 million workers in the EU, and that's 12% of total EU employees. It is the European Union is the first destination for tourism in the world. We had 710 international tourists last year. This is 3 times more than in the middle of the last decade. So we are the indisputable leader. We have 51% of total international tourism from around the world. Tourism is a very strong industry. It provides a liquidity into trade balances, acts as a magnet for investments, drives the creation of new infrastructure, and plays a key role in the transformation of social change. And this is one of the economic sectors that is providing the most growth in the EU, and this is a major component in terms of jobs and wealth. Now, to what extent is this growth economically, socially, and environmentally sustainable? Let's take a look back After the Earth Summit in 1992 in Rio de Janeiro, the UN Earth Summit, tourism adopted new parameters and this was projected onto the sector by having initial definitions of sustainable tourism, and this has scarcely changed over time. Now, there are thousands of strategic programs, initiatives that are taken on board in the local, regional, national, and European levels. The aim being to promote and to bring about more sustainable development in the tourist sector. Now, we can highlight, just to give some examples, the Commission communication from 2010 and the one from 2014. Now, there are many programs and many achievements that have been booked. The aim of this opinion towards more sustainable tourism for EU cities and regions gives us time to think about things and see how the results of the policies have panned out, and also looks at the need to provide new measures which are different from the ones that we already have on the ground, or that will more decidedly give an impetus to the policies we have in place, because tourism is facing new challenges and we have to face those challenges. They have huge impacts such as climate change, increasing congestion, excessive pressure on infrastructure, and consumption of water and energy, as well as environmental degradation, loss of identity, and authenticity of populations. So these are challenges that tourism can meet if it is grounded in sustainability. If we have the right policies and the right investments, the tourism sector could be at the forefront of the transformation which is proposed by the Green Deal and the 2030 UN agenda. Making tourism growth more sustainable will strengthen its capacity to create wealth, jobs, and development, while at the same time safeguarding the environment for future generations. This will build a fair, prosperous, and modern society, which is efficient in terms of resource consumption and is competitive as well. Furthermore, if we look at the objectives and if we bring them in line with the Green Deal, this is something that will play into tourism, because the current positive expectations for growth can make this a key sector to bring to fruition both the proposals, the Green Deal and the sustainable tourism. If the EU doesn't take leadership here, no one will. And I would just like to put forth 6 political objectives that I have discussed with various stakeholders. The European Travel Commission, the ETUC, the Commission, and above and beyond these strategic objectives, it would be very nice to get a consensus so that we can look at the specific measures that are necessary in order to bring all of this about. The proposal that we are putting forth is the following. First of all, we need to get to action in a tangible way. Tourism could be a model sector in the sustainable ecological transition as set out in the Green Deal. It can be a determining factor in converting Europe into the first climate-neutral continent by 2050. This would be through the process of adapting economies to the digital age and providing social equality and inclusion. But in order to do that, we need to have a solid basis which defines clearly the scope, obligations, and implications that are involved in making a real sustainable development in this sector, with a strong commitment to ensuring its implementation. Secondly, the adoption of measures that can't be measured are really not useful. If you cannot define it, you can't measure it. If you can't measure it, you can't improve it. If you can't improve it, it will degrade. So accessible data to back up decision-making will allow for a capacity to understand and tackle environmental changes. We need to have a common, homogenic, transparent model which allows for the monitoring and control of all of the outcomes. This will be a guide for cities and regions, which will be able to make their outcomes more sustainable. And we need to tap into the effort that has been put in by the EU over recent years, and that would support an update of the European statistical program, for example, through the ETIS, or for sustainable destination management, or initiatives for the digitalization and safety for tourism platform. But now all of this tourism needs to be part of a solution. We need to have new modalities for tourism supply. We need to have the right laws, the right controls, and we need to be able to monitor the quality of services. At the same time, we need to protect heritage, culture, and identity of the host populations. We also have to have early warning and rapid reaction mechanisms. So when there are crises, we need to foster and develop climate neutral tourism, which would be beneficial to these destinations. So if we have that and management and promotion, where we have a balanced redistribution of tourism, this is something that can be part of the solution. And then thirdly, we need to implement a strategic framework for action on tourism that is more robust and more committed to sustainable development. This framework should line up with the Green Deal and the UN 2030 agenda, which will bring together all current and future policies. These policies would support digitalization of the sector, establishing and promoting smart tourist destinations, decarbonization of activity, promoting the circular economy, or fostering inclusive and accessible tourism. This should also bring on board participatory governance mechanisms and coordinate public-private cooperation through the European investment policy. We need to have something that is more adapted to reality and which is more forward-looking. Furthermore, we understand that this framework should be reflected in union structures. We need to give greater weight to tourism in European policies, and this is something that has been demanded but not really given the necessary attention. Because of the cross-cutting nature of tourism, the policies and the forecast for growth, the Committee of the Regions could take a petition to the European Commission to consider a dedicated Directorate General for tourism. More specifically, they should look at sustainable tourism, and this should also give a voice to the interest of the European Parliament so that we can have a focus on the sustainability of tourism. And then also the European Commission could provide a budget line which would be earmarked for sustainable tourism so that there would be more development in the area of sustainable tourism. This budget would allow for more rapid reaction to any adverse elements and circumstances. And this is something that can have an impact on the labor market. And this is something we've seen over the past weeks because of the coronavirus. In the document, I also put forth 7 questions which can be useful for our debate, and I hope that we'll be able to have a fruitful discussion of it and an exchange of opinions so that we can make great strides for a fundamental sector of our economy and society, that is tourism. Thank you.
Tack, herr föredragande.
Thank you, Rapporteur. I'd like to give the floor now to Katarina Torstensson from Smart Tourism and Sustainability.
I'm new to this. So först så skulle jag å Göteborgs stads vägnar vilja tacka.
Yes, on behalf of Gothenburg City, I'd like to thank you for inviting us here. We're very pleased to have an opportunity to tell you about our experiences and to talk about the possibilities for developing tourism here. I am Katarina Thorsen. We are the Start and Tourism Sustainability organization. We are here to push forward the development of Gothenburg as a sustainable destination so that everyone in our city can participate in the growth of the city. And we do this with a lot of cooperation from others. We've got people from society, from the world of academia, and the local representatives there. Here we're talking about different forms of tourism and events. And this is our managing director, and this is when Gothenburg was made European Capital of Smart Tourism 2020. This was very important for us because it helps us to develop. And this gave us other ways of cooperating at European level. Sustainability is something which is very close to our hearts, and we've worked on this for many, many years already. But we are clear that it's a fact that many cities and regions have different points of departure and different challenges. Now, I'm going to give you a very quick introduction to Gothenburg, who we are, where it is, what it is, and then I'll give you some information about the document which we're contributing to. Gothenburg is the second city of Sweden. It's on our west coast. The region has about 1 million residents, and the city has 600,000 of them. We are growing strongly and invest a lot in our city. We got to 2022, we're going to be increasing our hotel capacity with an additional 4,000 rooms, which is an addition which we welcome. As things currently stand, Gothenburg does not have any major problems when it comes to tourism, which is something which we need to look at. Gothenburg is a small city, but with the offer that you find in larger cities. It's green, and it's green on one side and blue on the other. The weather is not always what you see on the pictures. Sometimes it's like the weather in Brussels today. Gothenburg has been investing since the 1990s in meetings and events, and at the moment it has a broad range of events, sport, culture, etc., including the largest youth tournaments for football and handball. We work systematically on sustainable events, and this systemic work has been a way of pushing demand for alternative sustainable solutions and alternatives. So sustainable meetings, sustainable events, that's what we like to do. When we talk about sustainability, then of course we're talking about the environment and social society and the economy. In 2010, it was time for us to get our suppliers to come to us for a common initiative to share our aim of becoming the world's largest sustainable event destination. We got our suppliers to come to Gothenburg. We had politicians there. We had people from different administrations, and we sat together and set out the ambitions which we have to become a global leader. Now, we've taken a couple of steps forward on this. And as I said, we're not just talking about environmental sustainability. We had your Pride event in Gothenburg a couple of years ago, and you can see that our tram cars are painted in the colours of pride. And we're looking at this in terms of sustainability for the future. We actively work together with hotels. We've had a certification strategy. And also this applies to congress and conference facilities. We had quite a lot of hotels that wanted to be certified. At the moment, 95% of our hotel rooms are environmentally certified, and all of our congress and conference facilities are as well. And also, we are pushing forward with renewable energy. We can say that we have a broader offer when it comes to sustainable attractions and experiences. I just wanted to talk about Liseberg, which is one of the Nordic area's largest leisure parks. It attracts a lot of people, and it's something which has provided a lot of jobs for people getting onto the labour market, so it's had a social function as well. Then we have a broad range of culinary experiences on offer. As I said before, we've used meetings and events as a way of pushing forward development sustainably. And now we use events as test beds and as communication platforms and as change makers, as we call them. So, for example, the Culture Festival, for example, is disposable free from will be free of disposable equipment from 2021. And this is something which has meant public and private sectors both cooperating with one another. Apart from that, and those initiatives I've already spoken about, obviously it's been very important for us to have sustainability as a pillar of our business plan. And this is something which really is very clearly in there, which is a basis for our work. Just adding to this, we've also created a sustainability framework, and this is based upon 4 different areas as a holistic approach to developing sustainability and making Gothenburg an attractive city, because we have always considered it important to ensure that we have an attractive city if we're going to attract more tourists. We've had a very ambitious aim for 2030. We want to double tourism, but it has to take place in a sustainable way, because otherwise we're never going to be able to achieve a situation where citizens want to work with tourism. It needs a new level in leadership, and it needs us to develop the destination as a sustainable one. It's smart tourism concept is what we call it. And I think that this is a very interesting concept for the future. And it's also been decided that we should develop this up until 2030. The steering document is to apply to the whole of the city administration and companies. And we're going to continue our development work. We have new challenges to deal with, globalization, digitalization, sustainability issues. And this is really the course we have to continue on. We said that we need to develop new partnerships, linking in with smart tourism. We need to have new partners in here, startups and a tourism community. We're working on a local basis, but more globally, and we feel that the European level is very important for us to find solutions quickly. Now, this is the way forward. we need to step on the gas pedal in our work. We need to make our work more systematic and to improve the systematic nature of it. We want the city to become attractive for residents, for visitors and for company, and that really does mean that we're up against a large number of challenges. It's very important for us, for example, to have children included in the planning process for tourism. But our biggest challenge is data and digitalization. We need to get data that we can use as a basis for our work and as a way of stimulating the business sector to make new investments. So with that as a background, we are very positively disposed towards the document we're going to be discussing today. We agree that tourism is a necessary and important strength, certainly a positive one. Sustainable tourism is really, in our view, the way forward. There are many structures in business and the different ways of getting involved means that sustainable tourism can have a very positive effect on strategy. We have to look at this in terms of the Green Deal, the digital strategy, etc. Now, tourism is not something which you can move away. Consumption takes place directly in the tourist locations. So sustainable tourism really does have a whole part of it which has to be given over to SMEs. Yes, I'm just winding up. We know that this is something which needs to be done across the whole of the EU, but we have to work quickly. We have to take action right now. We have to work and contribute to the quick development of sustainable tourism. Yes, thank you. I'd like to give the floor now to José Bantaner for the MEP, our MEP guest.
Topic.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. Tomaré la palabra en español para decirles.
I would just like to say, first and foremost, that it is a privilege and an honor to be here supporting you, taking into consideration the fact that I was sitting where you were sitting just a few years ago. So I really perfectly know the importance of the Committee of the Regions, and above and beyond that, the usefulness of the joint work that is done by the different regions and the different member states. I was here because I was also the president of the Balearic Islands, an honor for me. I don't think that, well, we do actually know quite a bit about tourism, and in the Committee of the Regions, I had to speak a lot on a lot of subjects, including tourism, but not as much as I would have liked, and certainly not in the way that those who have taken the floor have done so now. But I would like to greet my friend Manuel Cardenantes. In Andalusia, he has, he's given us an amazing overview on tourism, and more particularly sustainable tourism, and has pinpointed some very important issues. The regions and the council in Andalusia in Spain, and this is something that we see in Europe and in the world, is really a touchstone for reference points for sustainable tourism. So it's very nice to have my colleague here as rapporteur, and of course this is something that plays into more and better tourism in Spain. Very briefly, I would just obviously say that I would agree with the proposals that have been made hitherto, and I would just like to add 3 or 4 points without taking up too much of your time. Now, very often And about a week ago, we met here with the General Secretary of the WTO, with some secretaries of state and tourism secretaries, and we're all concerned because, except for us who are defending tourism as an industry, there are many colleagues and sectors who feel that tourism is a part of industry. And what I would like to convey to you is that tourism is an industry unto itself. And because of that, it generates wealth, jobs, projects, and also, as has been stated earlier, is a real cross-cutting sector. And it really has an impact on the economy, on the labor market, and so forth. And over the past years, and especially in the crisis years, obviously Spain was on the receiving end of the crisis, but tourism helped us come out of the crisis more quickly and in a more flexible way. So we were able to survive that scourge in a better way. Now, tourism is not an absolute problem, certainly not because, as has been defined by analysts in terms of economics and labor. And we've seen that it has allowed us to develop projects, provide new avenues for investment, develop infrastructure and so forth, as Manuel Angel has said. And so, of course, we have to really follow that line. And it's the regions that really are at the core of tourism policy. And, you know, I think it's very clear that where the responsibilities lie here. But we have to work in a cross-cutting way. We have to work thinking about our common interests in tourism. If a decision is only taken by an autonomous community, as competent as they may be to do so, and if those decisions and those strategies do not have a follow-through on the European level, then the community effort and the boon will be very local, but it doesn't really play into our greater objectives. And so I would just like to encourage you to collaborate through the different tools, the different institutions, so working with the proposal that the Vice Chancellor has put forth, because I think in so doing, we will be the better for it. We have taken some steps in that direction, and I think that we will be able to have these meetings within the Committee of the Regions, provide information about the structure that exists in the European Parliament, also in the tourism and we have a tourism task force in the European Parliament. I'm the ALDE president for that. And we have had meetings, and we want to really see that our actions be, very much in tandem with what is being done elsewhere in the EU. And obviously, I fully share the comment that there is a need to have a budget line for tourism. And we're working on that. And this year, and I'm not sure we'll be able to get it because we're looking at the 2025 budget, which is being drawn up within the context of the MFF. And we have asked for an open budget line. First time, actually, in the history of our committee. I'm not sure if we'll be able to do that, not because we're not convinced, but because we need to deploy huge efforts and look at the various political configurations to get this done. But tourism should be... Of course, we have the Trade Committee and we have DG Trade at the Commission, and tourism really is only a very small part of the trade element. And so we want President von der Leyen to make sure that tourism to be part of transport, because transport and tourism go hand in hand. Look at Thomas Cook. That is a textbook example of how tourism and transport are interlinked. So once again, it's a pleasure to be here with you, and I am at your disposal because the institutions really need to work together, and especially if we're on the same page and if we have the same opportunities, we need to make sure that we tap into those opportunities. And I'd like to wish the rapporteurs every success. And Manuel Alejandro, thank you very much for the invitation. I've been talking to about 1,000 people today, so I might get a little bit confused, but thank you very much, and thank you very much, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor.
Tack för...
Yes, well, thank you for all of those contributions. I'm now going to open up the floor for our members to express their views on the report that will be up for a vote on the 18th of June. The floor is open. Koen Trisman.
Varsågod.
Sí, hola. Muchísimas gracias al ponente, Manuel.
Thank you very much, Manuel Alejandro, the rapporteur, and all the best for this initiative. And I take advantage that the former president of the Baleares is here. And along the same lines as what has been said previously, I would just like to highlight that, for example, in the case of the Mediterranean islands, we're about 11 million inhabitants, but we get 50 million tourists a year. It's very important to take into consideration the so-called floating population, and this has a direct impact on our infrastructure. And I just wanted to highlight this point, and bilaterally we can work on that a little bit more, but I do think that this is a point that's very important to take up in the opinion.
Tack, och sen har...
Thank you. Jacques van der Hoek.
Ja, dank u wel voor...
Thank you, Chairman. Well, the sustainability of tourism is something that I'm over here.
Staat ook in mijn
Well, this is also something that in North Holland, my province, in which Amsterdam is found, it is on the agenda. We want to try and combat some of the damage that less sustainable tourism has on our cities. It also affects regional economies. The role of Airbnb, for example, has been causing a major damage. So we got together with the region to see whether we can see what the effect is if there's excessive tourism. So this is a very good idea to see this on the agenda. And rapporteur is asking for reactions to the various questions. Well, I think it's a good idea for us to be able to do this in writing, but I also agree with the rapporteur that tourism needs to be looked at not just as if it were a problem, but as part of the solution.
The lady, I didn't see you. It's two small letters for me. Paula Power. Go ahead, speak.
Thank you, Chair. And I must say, as from the Greens groups, we're very happy to see sustainable tourism being put on the agenda. I think this is something that for all of our countries we're deeply concerned about. I was very happy to see throughout the document that there was repeated reference to climate neutral targets. I think that this is something we really have to work on within our member states to try and find ways to encourage different modes of transportation than those that are causing greater carbon emissions. So looking at slow transport options and investing heavily in train and bus services, which of course for my own country, being from Ireland, is a little bit difficult because we're on an island and we will have to see other versions of that. I think something looking at Objective 1 and talking about the scope of what we're looking at here, we do have to have a big and concerted effort on environmental protection and protection against degradation of our natural heritage. In my own country, in Ireland, we've seen in recent times that one of our UN natural heritage sites has been quite heavily impacted upon by increased tourism, and that's going to be something that will be a delicate balance for us in deciding and working upon to try and ensure that we still have our tourism economy nearby, but also ensuring that the natural and built heritage in those areas is protected. So I am interested going forward with this, how do we find a balance on something as delicate as that? Thank you, Chair.
Tack så mycket. Då var det...
Yes, thank you. Mirja Veckaberga.
Kiitos.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairman. Sustainable tourism and promoting this is something that's very important in terms of the regions. We need to bring together the regions and have cooperation and coordination. We need to have a common strategy so that we can have mobility in these areas. We need to look at food supply issues because that's part of sustainable tourism as well. And we need to make sure that we have policies that are implemented. We also need to look at services, all tourism-related services. So we need to have cooperation with policymakers, with people who decide on trade. All of that is very important in this context. At this point in time, in Finland, we have really the busy ski season underway. And I understand that in 2 ski stations, there has been the implementation of a carbon neutral facility, even though these ski stations are in the coldest regions. Nonetheless, all the services and everything that has to do with food, mobility, and energy has been able to be implemented in a carbon neutral way. And this is an excellent example and something that should be taken forward. Thank you.
Tack, och då var det Juan. Varsågod.
Martínez Lozano, gracias, presidenta. Bueno, lo primero.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, first of all, obviously, I'd like to congratulate the rapporteur. And along from what the rapporteur and Mr. Balsa has said, obviously, tourism is in a region such as mine, Murcia. It can't be a problem. It has to be a solution. And coordinated work of all of the regions is something that's very important between the regions and the cities. And if you don't measure and control, you can't improve it. The representative from Gothenburg said that more than 95% of their hotels were sustainably certified. We think it's interesting to work on a unified, standardized certification. I mean, there are different measurements used now. It's important that we all work under the same scheme for certification. Thank you.
Tack, då har jag ingen mer.
Right, thank you. Well, I can't see anyone else who wants to comment.
Go ahead.
Hello, just a few sentences. So I come from Croatia, of course. It is also a very touristic country. So 20% of GDP in Croatia is created by tourism. I also come from a municipality, which I'm a mayor in my second term. So we have some 500,000 overnight stays, and it is a municipality of only 2,000 inhabitants. So you can imagine what we have during the summer months. So I'm also very much in favor of the rapporteur's prediction, and I think also that we need to dedicate an exclusive EU budget line for more sustainable tourism, because we all know in our cities, in our regions, how much, okay, we get some incomes from, of course, from the tourism, but also for the local municipalities, it creates also a big cost to maintain the infrastructure. So congratulations to Rapporteur, and we're really looking forward that this policy comes to life. Thank you.
Tack. Är det nu någon mer?
Thank you. Would anyone else like to take the floor? I didn't think that there were any specific questions for our speakers. Really, we had far more contributions. But let me give the floor to the rapporteur just to comment on some of the comments we've just heard.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Madam. First of all, I would like to thank all of the members of the committee, and specifically those who have taken the floor. Thank you very much for your support. When you are rapporteur, you never really know what you're going to encounter when you bring your opinion that you've drawn up from your autonomous community to the rest of your colleagues. Those of us who have worked on this opinion and are continuing to work on this opinion wanted to do this in the most inclusive way, and to make sure that the regions are taken on board, because we do have a lot of common interests and problems. Taking the example that was given to us by Katarina Torkensen and from Gothenburg, and I would like to congratulate her, by the way, because she is now hosting the Smart Tourism Capital 2020, also with in conjunction with my city, Malaga, and we've also brought on board sustainable tourism. We want growth in tourism, growth in jobs. So we want to live up to 2030 SDGs, but we need to do everything in a sustainable way. And I would like to thank my countrymen from the European Parliament, and as he commented, he was the president of an autonomous community, the Balearic Islands, where tourism accounts for the bulk of the GDP. And again, tourism shouldn't be part of the problem. It should be part of the solution. And I would just like to say that the previous meetings were ones where we met with MEPs. I and other colleagues met with MEPs to work in conjunction with the Committee of the Regions, so that we can work together to try to live up to the objectives of the opinion, which is basically to get that budget line. And I'd like to thank my colleague from the Balearic Islands. Of course, we need to include the issue of floating populations, and this is something that our Croatian colleague said. This is something where you have an exponential growth of the population because of an influx of tourism. Van der Hoek, thank you very much for the comments. This is a very difficult time, but we shouldn't back down. We need to work to make sure that tourism isn't part of the problem, but part of the solution. Mrs. Power from Ireland, indeed, we need to continue to grow, and we should make sure that we don't destroy any achievements that we have made. Ireland has a green heritage. We need to grow tourism, but make it sustainable without destroying our heritage, and by maintaining carbon neutrality. Mrs. Vehkaperä from Finland. I fully agree with what you've said. Sustainability from an environmental point of view, CO2 neutrality, yes, indeed. But of course, food security is very important in this context as well. And I think some of the problems that we run into when we talk about sustainability is avoiding food waste. We're wasting resources, food resources, and tourism, because of the hotel industry, is something that should be part of the solution to reduce food waste. And I would like to congratulate you on your excellent example of the carbon neutral ski station. Mr. Martinez Lozana from Murcia, I fully agree. Tourism, again, should be the solution, not the problem. And we need to look at the possibility of common certification. Those of us who work in tourism and are responsible for that in our autonomous communities, there are, so many certificates, blue certificates for beaches, ISO standards, what have you. But perhaps it would be best to have a common certificate that links into what we put forth in the opinion. We need to be able to measure these things. We need to bring data into the sustainability picture. And Mr. Gulan, yes, from Croatia, 10% EU average in Croatia. There are some cities that have 20% tourism, Canary Islands 30-40%, where I'm from 14%. And this really creates an erosion, as it were. And we are asking for help so that the Committee of the Regions can adopt an opinion so that there is a real budget. We need to continue growing, but we need to do this in a sustainable way. And we can't do that with a city budget, for example, the city budget of your small city. And you can't even do it with an autonomous community budget, which is relatively large. But in order to see that transition happen, for example, that energy transition, we need outside help. And I think that the Green Deal can really dovetail with our efforts. And for this reason, the opinion has been drawn up in those lines. And I would just like to thank you for the first phase of work. I'd like to thank my colleague, Mrs. Delgado, the people from the Committee of the Regions, people from the City of Brussels, and also the NAT Secretariat. We've been working hand in hand. Thank you very much, Dorothea, who's sitting next to me. And thank you very much to the stakeholders with whom we've met. And we will be meeting again. And thank you very much to the speaker from Göteborg and also the member from the European Parliament. Thank you all for all of your contributions. And during this transition, we will be working, and hopefully in June, we'll be able to present the final draft in Santiago de Compostela, and hopefully through the NAT Commission, we'll be able to bring on board any recommendations that can be useful in terms of fleshing out and enriching the document.
Thank you, Rapporteur. And I see that we are adopting this opinion on the 18th of June. But before that, we're also going to be holding a conference in Malaga, Marbella in May, and be a possibility for members of this commission to attend that. So we'll go into a bit more depth on this subject there. So I'd like to thank the speakers and the rapporteur. So it's time to move on. And now we're going to move on to an area which is being addressed by the EU, which is quite exciting, from farm to fork. And we've got our rapporteur Guido Milana. We've got 4 speakers, I think, here. So I'd like to invite the guests up here. So please come forwards. Rosa Thun, who comes from the European Parliament, who is a founding member of the European Food Forum. Alexandra Nikolakopoulou, head of union in charge of the Farm to Fork file at the European Commission. We also have Elisa Tigani from DG Agri, so from the Commission as well, and Nick Jacobs from IPES Food. However, first, of course, we're going to give the rapporteur the opportunity to take the floor. Rapporteur.
Grazie.
Thank you, Chairman. Colleagues, It's my pleasure to present and discuss with you the working document from the Committee of Regions on the strategy. This fits into a political procedure from the Commission on the 21st of March. In fact, the Commission will be publishing a communication in which it will lay out the Farm to Fork strategy. The Committee of the Regions has decided to get ahead of this by starting to work on this through an own initiative report, planning on a work timetable which will involve us over the next few months. Today we have a discussion on the working document. On the 18th and 19th of June in Santiago de Compostela, we will be having a first discussion. On the 22nd of September, we'll have the opinion approved in commission. And finally, in the December plenary, we should see its final approval. So as you can see, it's a fairly lengthy time we've given ourselves so that we can have a comprehensive approach which covers the whole of the New Green Deal strategy. Now, the Farm to Fork strategy is designed to shift to more sustainable food production systems, and it fits into a broader framework of the European Green Deal, which is aiming to reduce greenhouse gases as well as adapting to climate change. We'll be approaching the issue of food sustainability with ambitious policies and measures. Now, this is an essential presumption to reach our goals. The aim of the final document is to support local and regional authorities on the path that food takes to reach our tables and the way it's produced, distributed, and consumed so that it can be in the most sustainable way possible. The working document that you received deals with 4 main areas for intervention: supporting producers and the promotion of a short supply chain, avoiding food waste, promoting responsible and critical consumption, and finally, governance and implementation aspects. Now, soil and seas are essential for producing food. Safeguarding them is at the heart of the work we should be carrying out. Access to land, in particular by small and medium-sized producers, and problems linked to the rational use of seas are strategies that can guarantee sustainability. Small and medium-sized producers are suffering from competition from major agribusiness. They have difficulty in getting access to land and guarantee the sustainability of their farms. We should ensure that there are provisions so that the Common Agricultural Policy and the Fisheries Policy support small and medium-sized farms and guarantee access to the land. The Common Fisheries Policy as well should consider the sea as a large area to farm rather than as an area to simply extract from endlessly. Finally, sustainability and transparency must be protected. We want to ensure that we have instruments guaranteeing traceability and awareness of where the food is produced. We need to have ambitious measures to reduce the use of nitrogen-producing fertilizers. We want to invest in the production system and pay attention through from the farm to the fork by paying attention to the entire supply chain. Another key point is reducing food waste, both upstream and downstream, through reducing packaging, promoting bulk sales and storage manners. And we need to affect consumers' habits as well. That has an important impact on reducing waste as well. We want to incentivize their behavior. The consumers are huge vectors for change, at the heart of all of this, in fact. We need to link all of this to a growth of critical consumption is a key aspect, because this affects the entire market, not just the production companies. Citizens, all citizens, even the most disadvantaged, have the right to have healthy and high-quality foodstuff. The aim should be to ensure that they are aware of the whole production chains. The document suggests to intervene on labels and provide information on the foodstuff which is transparent and comprehensive. And the labeling model should be agreed at the European level and based on scientific research. We're suggesting measures to fight against obesity on the one hand and against food poverty on the other. Through social and structural policies, we want to promote access to the most vulnerable populations to healthy and sustainably sourced food. Another important point has to do with public procurement, sustainable public procurement. The public procurement directive needs to be reviewed with a view to stimulating local and regional authorities to promote healthy production closest to the land. On the base of the first draft, we've seen from the Commission policies, the strategy should combine regulatory and non-regulatory aspects. It's not yet clear whether we'll have a specific budget for this or a simply tweaking of the various budget lines involved. It will certainly be necessary to adapt the existing policies and measures, overcoming the insufficiencies and setting out priorities. The Common Agricultural Policy and the Common Fisheries Policies are key examples of instruments to use to reach the Green Deal aims, and they should be taken into serious consideration over the next few months in a dialogue with Parliament as well. They are currently discussing the reform to the CAP, and that's going to be a key aspect in the final draft of our work. We're trying to promote good governance at the local levels. So all of these subjects are very topical. There'll be a broad participation from the stakeholders, both for the agricultural food production systems as well as consumers. We can see this from the debate on the reforms of CAP in the Parliament, as well as the ambitious goals of reducing greenhouse gases we're seeing elsewhere. We'd like to ask for all of your cooperation. It's a very complex issue. I'm sure you will have had an opportunity to look at the document already. It is a preliminary version, but we would like to ask for your cooperation. We're ready to listen to any suggestions that you might have. The steps we have in front of us will take us the rest of the year to ensure that we are effective in our work. I have a series of open questions that I'm putting to you. They're not. We don't need an answer to these today, but I think it would be useful for the work we're all doing so that it's as effective as possible. For example, how do we define a short supply chain, and what is its role in building a more sustainable and fair food system in Europe? What measures should be implemented or adapted to rebuild and strengthen direct and transparent food chains? Given the predominance of agribusiness in food systems and the vulnerable position of small producers, what can the EU do in cooperation with the member states and local and regional authorities to ensure an ever-increasing market share for alternative sectors? This is important, this idea of alternative sectors, because a strategy of farm to fork relies a great deal on local production. And it's difficult to reconcile that with major agribusiness. So they're not really alternative sectors. If we really want to ensure that we have the shortest supply chain possible, we need to look at policies that support the small and medium-sized producers. What tools can be put in place to facilitate responsible and consumer-critical consumption? What would the key elements be for good legislation to prevent and reduce food waste? How do you envisage the governance of the strategy? Which stakeholders should be involved to ensure the transparent participation of the relevant food system players? And how might forms of multi-level governance be put in place based on the Food Policy Council model? What would you suggest to combat food poverty and tackle the obesity and poor nutrition that still affect a large part of European society? So, I've finished by really asking you to pay attention to this in the next few months, because in the Commission's major proposals linked to the new Green Deal strategy, I think the chain that our Commission should be interested in, that's the production chain, agriculture, fisheries, consumer protection, educating generations of citizens and more attentive consumers on the impact of their consumption on the environment. I think that's the role of our community, because of this direct link that we would think there should be between those who produce and those who consume. Today, we're the authorities who can intervene the fastest on the production chains. We are those who can be the factor which guarantees the success of such an aspect. One of the problems the citizens has is that a good strategy at the European level, no matter whether you have good regulations and good directives and even the resources made available to this, if we don't manage to implement them by those of us who work at the grassroots levels, isn't going to change anything. We won't see any change. So if we have to ensure that we are in conditions to actually be those who guarantee change, this is what we have to do. I would say thanks to all of you for what you will do in the next weeks and months to help me and help us to do good work.
Tack, herr föredragande.
Thank you, Rapporteur. We enjoyed listening to you, but we have quite a lot of other speakers that we're going to be listening to in a moment too. So that will flesh things out a bit. Rosa Thun und Hohenstein comes from the European Parliament and is a founding member of the European Food Forum. I give you the floor now.
Yes, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Especially thank you to Ulrike Karle van Landegren. I trained chair of this commission to have invited me for this meeting today, which is really extremely important to me, especially since I'm really happy that I have this opportunity to present our European Food Forum. This is a very new body, a newborn European Food Forum. And we are in a crucial and challenging moment, as we have just heard. A crucial and challenging moment to keep our European food sustainable, to keep our European food safe, of high quality, and enough of it. I fully agree that we all should be involved in delivering European sustainability standards. And they should be implemented globally, not only in Europe. And that's why I also think that this upcoming farm to fork strategy will be the key, not only to strengthen the role of our farmers here in Europe, but also all other operators in the food chain. It should also stimulate a transition towards a sustainable food consumption, affordable, healthy food, and food for all. Now, in this context, together with 4 colleagues from different political groups and from different countries, their names are Clara Aguilera, Irene Toléré, Brando Benifei, and Asim Ademov, we decided to launch, December 19, the European Food Forum, with the goal, which is very precise. We want to drive policy debates for a sustainable food system from farm to fork. The forum is completely independent. It is politically led, but it is non-partisan. And it includes legislators, policymakers, and all partners who are interested in those challenges that we encounter, but also interested in the opportunities that come from the key agri-food topics and from all emerging trends across our continent. And the European Food Forum, we grow. By today, the forum consists of 28 members of European Parliament. We come from 15 member states. We represent 5 political groups, 10 big companies, 11 business associations, 4 universities, 1 national research agency, and 1 consumer association. We strongly believe in the importance of taking on board more and more non-governmental organizations, academy and research institutes to provide a balanced representation and evidence-based policy recommendations. Our ambition is to make the European Food Forum a strong platform to promote inclusive discussions, to promote debates and solutions for transparent and comprehensive food policy without leaving anyone behind. And this is one of the greatest opportunities we have to foster sustainable food system while safeguarding our environment, our biodiversity, healthy lifestyle, and, of course, animal welfare. We need to recognize the key role of small-scale farming systems, food producers, consumers, as well as that of cities and regions as enablers of food transition and a new food culture which we want to promote. And I fully agree, and I would also like to stress it again, we all need to work together. We must work together to democratically shape EU food vision and policy to ensure a more sustainable production in line with the topic we talk so much about, the circular economy, with the targets of the circular economy, and while exporting worldwide European excellencies as quality, sustainable safety, tradition, our best practices. We want to export this. This is my hope, and this is my appeal to you. And probably I repeat what you have just heard. Namely, we are in the right time and in the right moment to make the good decision to work together for real progress, for real improvement in production, consumption, and in our well-being. For us, who are already members of the European Food Forum, cooperation with the Committee of Regions is the perfect way to contribute to the development of a common food policy. Yes, this cooperation with the Committee of Regions for us would be really crucial. It is you, Committee of Regions, who can best use knowledge of all actors in the food system, especially at local level, especially at regional level. And we badly need this knowledge, and we want to share it. So, let me say as my last sentence to you that it would be an honor for us, already members of the European Food Forum. I represent this European Food Forum as I chair it, would be an honor for us, and I'm sure it would bring very good fruits to European producers and consumers, to have you, Committee of Regions, as partner and as special member to continue this journey together. Thank you very much.
Tack så mycket. Och då
Yes, thank you very much indeed. I'd like to give the floor now to Alexandra Nikolakopoulou, Head of Union in charge of the Farm to Fork file from the European Commission.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this timely invitation. Actually, we are here together with my colleague from DG Agri, who will take the floor after me. But in this project on farm to fork strategy, I would like to reassure you that there is an intense cooperation that takes place at this moment across all the services of the Commission. We intend the farm to fork strategy. As you know, it is a very important strand of the Green Deal, and it will contribute also to the general objectives of the Green Deal, but it will also work in synergies with the other strategies, the biodiversity strategy, the circular economy, the zero pollution, and the climate law. Yesterday, for the first time, we have the climate law that was adopted and which requires that climate goals and ambition is integrated in all our policies at EU level. And I think this is really a big achievement. The farm to fork strategy will be adopted quite soon. So the timetable, I must say, it is very ambitious. It has been announced for spring, probably by the end of March. We are in the process of carrying out consultations with the stakeholders. We have published a roadmap and we are expecting comments until 16th of March. And that's why it is very important also to have a dialogue with you because cities indeed and coastal and rural communities, they play a very important role. Not only we are interested in your views, but we are really convinced that you have a key role in order to implement the strategy. One thing is to design the strategy, but then it is very important how we put all this in place. So, as it was explained by the rapporteur, the objective is certainly, it's a very nice objective. Everybody will agree to have healthy food from a healthy planet while leaving no one behind, having affordable food, and ensuring food security, and certainly preserving all this for the future generations. It's really an objective and ambition. It would be difficult to disagree with that. The real challenge is how do we make it? And we are now in the phase where we try to propose a series of actions, initiatives that would be, as the rapporteur said, regulatory or non-regulatory measures. And this will be just the beginning of the process. That means what you are going to see, it will be the initial actions, and we will need to have a mid-term review in order to better to monitor the strategy and to see what we need to do else. So the strategy will cover all the steps of the food chain from production to consumption. The aim will be to ensure a sustainable primary production, to stimulate sustainable food processing, retail, hospitality, and food services practices, to promote sustainable food consumption, and to facilitate the shift towards healthy, sustainable diets. Certainly, reducing food waste and preventing food losses, it is a very important component of the strategy. Food fraud is also another aspect that should be taken into account because the food system, a sustainable food system, should be resilient also to food fraud. And finally, the international dimension is also very important and a big challenge in this strategy because, as it was mentioned already, we need to preserve the competitiveness of the agri-food business in the EU. So, some areas that have already been mentioned in the Green Deal, and they will be further specified in the Farm to Fork strategy, is the reduction in the use and risk of chemical pesticides, the reduction of use of fertilizers, the reduction of use of antimicrobials, organic farming, increasing the area, the farming area for organic, but at the same time boosting the demand for organic. At the level of sustainable food consumption, the aim would be to help consumers, to empower consumers to make sustainable choices, not only through labeling. Labeling is certainly very important, providing the right information, but also we have to work more in order to enable the food environment. When I say food environment, this means even the marketing practices, where the food is presented, so to create a favorable food environment for the citizens, for the consumers, in order to ensure that the healthy choice becomes the easy choice. So at the same time, we would need certainly to accompany this transition to food sustainable systems by horizontal enablers, research, innovation, streamlining and reorienting the financial instruments of the European Commission in order to support the food actors and mainly the primary producers and fishers in this transition. So this will be really another part of the strategy where we will need to provide this, possibility to make this transition possible. Finally, I would like to inform that we are also waiting in the next, very soon, an opinion from the SAM. SAM is the Scientific Advisory Mechanism of the European Commission, which has received a mandate to provide advice on possible recommendations and pathways for the transition to food sustainable systems. And this will be very interesting in informing the finalization of this strategy. So now I would like to pass the floor to Alisa.
Thank you very much, Alexandra, and hello also from the side of DG Agri. We are very happy to be part of this team, working together, breaking the silos and cooperating. This is how it should be. So if I just give a very quick, because Alexandra has given a very good framework of the farm to fork and what you can expect, just from our point of view, from a more, if looking more from the agriculture policy perspective, we all know that the Green Deal has set us very high ambitions. It has set the tune for the next decades in terms of transforming the European economy and also us as a society. Each one of us will have a role to play as citizens, as authorities, as operators. And here farmers, of course, are the ones that will also be called upon to act. Firstly, because farmers are the ones who feel the impact of climate change. We see all the extreme weather conditions which are causing an impact. They have impact on their yield, on the crops. They're also the ones who are taking care of natural resources, nearly 50% of all EU land. They're the ones who are producing food to all 500 million of European citizens and also to people outside the EU. They're the ones who provide also employment in rural areas and also provide the basis for our export and our trade. At the same time, they also have a responsibility because we know that farming practices do exert pressure on the soil, on the environment. A lot has been done in the last decades, but more can be done. So this is, when we talk about Green Deal, it's not only about environment and climate, it's also about economy. It's also about growth, and we call it growth. It's also kind of a growth strategy. So we are, from agriculture side, looking at the farm to fork in a way also how we can use this new approach, this new sustainable food system in order to create opportunities for the farmers. In fact, making the link between sustainable production, the production that uses less input, that is more environmentally friendly, and linking it to the changing trends in consumer demands. So the consumers are becoming more and more conscious about what they eat. They're requesting to know where their food comes from, how is it produced. They want organic products. So making this necessary link between the two, this is why we call it a food system, so that there is a link and that they reinforce each other mutually. Of course, as my colleague has said, there will be some, changes coming with this. There will be some legislative proposals, non-legislative actions. There will be some. This will require some transformation and adjustment in terms of the production methods in agriculture. But at the same time, we see a big potential in the use of technologies, in the use of digital solutions, in order to have a more sustainable food production. As I've said, we see that if the producers respond to consumer demands, there could be new business opportunities. They could be producing food which has higher added value and also bringing benefits for them, both economic and also environmental and social benefits. This could also bring a revival to rural economies and also to rural communities. We all know that the CAP, the Common Agriculture Policy, with its instruments will be one of the key tools to implement the ambition of the Green Deal and also the Farm to Fork strategy. There will be also other actions that we are considering in terms of boosting the research and innovation. As Alexandra mentioned, also labeling schemes, which could be also very beneficial for the farmer, and tools also to strengthen the position of farmers in the food chain. So this will be kind of a reflection for the future based on the strategy which will come out hopefully end of the month. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then I leave the talking to the next speaker, Nick Jacobs from EPS Food. Go ahead.
Thanks very much. Just load the presentation. Is that now visible? Yes. Great. Thanks very much for having me. My name's Nick Jacobs. I'm here on behalf of IPES Food. That's the International Panel of Experts on Sustainable Food Systems. This is a panel with 27 different experts from different disciplines, from academia, social movement, civil society, come together to find solutions for reforming our food systems. And the panel is co-chaired by Olivier de Schutter, the former special rapporteur on the right to food, who sends his apologies for not being able to be here today. So a quick word about IPES Food and the work we've done on this area. We're particularly interested in the Farm to Fork strategy, given that over the period of 2016 to 2019, IPES Food was working with a variety of other organizations to develop a vision for a comprehensive sustainable food policy for Europe, what we call a common food policy. This is a process that involved policy labs in Brussels and in cities around Europe that are moving forward with integrated food policies. We drew on the collective intelligence of 400 different stakeholders from different parts of the food system, including policymakers, and some great exchanges with this institution and with the Economic and Social Committee as well. It's a process that yielded a clear case for integrating our policies in the food system. It also yielded some very concrete proposals, 84 different proposals for reforming all parts of the EU food system under a common food policy, and including, most importantly, changes in the governance of our food system. And this is a vision that's now being taken forward by IPES Food with a number of other scientific organizations and civil society groups and farmers organizations who come together in the EU Food Policy Coalition. So, given the work that we've been doing in this area, the development of the Farm to Fork strategy is extremely welcome. It's particularly welcome to see the European Commission situating the Farm to Fork strategy within a broader ecological transformation of our economy, the Green Deal. So this is broadly a very positive step. However, rather than focus on the things we all agree on, I'm going to try to identify some areas where we need to be particularly ambitious. And these are areas where current policies affecting the food system are failing. And these are areas where we don't think that current thinking is going far enough based on the initial details and discussions around the Farm to Fork strategy. So these three areas are the need to make policies truly coherent with one another, the need to identify clear transition pathways for the EU food system, and thirdly, to build democratic multi-level governance. So when we started this 3-year process to look at the policies affecting our food systems, the first thing we did was to consider how they join up with one another and whether they're pushing in the same direction or whether they're in fact conflicting. And what we found is that if you look at agriculture policies, health, trade, environment, development, these different policies have developed in a very ad hoc fashion over a number of years and correspond to a range of different objectives. And we were able to identify a number of conflicts between the objectives of these different policies. So to give some examples, within the CAP, we have premiums for young farmers to encourage them to set up in agriculture. At the same time, we have a subsidy model per hectare, which has the effect of driving up land prices, and that really makes it difficult for young farmers to come into the sector. To give another example, I think we would agree that EU policies have very strict environmental standards within the CAP. At the same time, the advisory services that farmers would need in order to meet those standards, in order to implement integrated pest management and other complex techniques, are not there. Those services have been defunded, they've been deregulated or even privatized, and farmers are left relying on companies who have a conflict of interest there. Another example is the climate targets under the Paris Agreement and the commitments the EU has made under the SDGs to tackle climate change, to tackle sustainable development. These commitments are bold and ambitious. At the same time, the EU continues to negotiate free trade agreements, which are explicitly based on increasing opportunities for exports of meat and dairy. For example, in the recent FTA signed with Japan, Mercosur is another example. And these are obviously some of the sectors with the biggest environmental footprint. A final example for you is the very ambitious anti-obesity plans we have at EU level and that member states have signed up to. And yet we have agri-trade policies and we have the toleration of industry practices which allow junk food to remain cheaper and more abundant than healthier options. So clearly an effective farm-to-fork strategy would need to tackle these conflicting objectives head-on. The second area I wanted to talk about is the need to identify clear transition pathways. Again, if we look at the current policies affecting food systems and the initial thinking around the farm-to-fork, we're still looking at an à la carte approach rather than a very clear directionality, a very clear indication of the paradigm shift, the transition that we need. It's very encouraging to see targets, that there will be clear targets within the farm-to-fork strategy, particularly on pesticides and antibiotic reduction. But we feel that targets alone will not work. Farmers and the whole food system as a whole needs to have a clear vision of viable alternative products and alternative production systems in order to remain productive without pesticides. If that's not the case, then those targets are likely to be set at a low level and possibly to be abandoned later on. Secondly, we see a continued focus on techno fixes. Some examples are gene editing, feed additives to reduce emissions from livestock, data-driven agriculture. All of these technologies are valid and worth discussing in their own right. But we have to bear in mind that these are technologies that are designed to increase the efficiencies of our current systems based on large-scale, capital-intensive monocultures. They're technologies that won't work for all farms in all geographies and situations. And we need to really rethink technologies and think about how they can be in the service of the transitions we need, rather than being an end in themselves. And linked to that point, we don't see enough support yet for the things that we know do deliver win-wins: social equity, environmental benefits, more value for the farmer. Things like agroecology, short supply chains, other social innovations. These things are present, they're being mentioned and talked about, but they're being put on the same level as other techniques, where we think these are really the paradigms and the fundamental shift that we need to put out there. The final point is on building democratic multi-level governance. This has already been discussed by other speakers. Is absolutely crucial point, and there are some very promising signs already in the initial moves towards a farm-to-fork strategy. And in fact, the fact that the previous speakers from DG Santé, DG Agri, both spoke on this matter, I think is symptomatic of a new way of working and the cross-sectoral way of working, which is clearly taking place in order to design the farm-to-fork strategy. And I think what's crucial now for an effective farm-to-fork strategy is that that cross-sectoral way of working is maintained beyond the design phase. And we have a farm-to-fork strategy which is implemented in a cross-sectoral way with clear accountability between the different DGs. And linked to that point, the cross-sectoral and inclusive way of working that we're seeing at this point will be undermined if key policies like the Common Agricultural Policy and EU trade policies are not negotiated and are not decided in the same democratic and inclusive way. And we know that the current CAP reforms are close to completion, and questions remain about the extent to which the CAP will be aligned with the farm-to-fork strategy. So there's a risk of undoing all the good work in that case. And the final point here is we need to connect citizens to the process. And if we look at food systems around Europe, some of the most positive developments in terms of sustainability are happening at the local level, whether it's community-supported agriculture, food policy councils, short supply chain initiatives, school food gardens. Many very positive things. There's clearly energy among citizens for being involved in food systems, but we have to build on that. We have to channel it into the EU process, and we need to think in innovative ways about the governance of a farm-to-fork policy in order to do that. And it certainly needs to go beyond consultation with people. It's really about building a policy that supports and learns from those local level initiatives. So to recap, how can the farm-to-fork strategy become truly transformative? We need a truly joined-up vision. Here, I'll draw on the findings of our Common Food Policy report. We think that overarching goal-oriented objectives are necessary. By that, we mean objectives that convey a direction of travel, that show us where we're trying to get to, rather than referring only to one part of the chain. So the 5 objectives that we've identified: firstly, access to land, water, and healthy soils; secondly, climate-resilient, healthy agroecosystems; thirdly, providing sufficient, healthy, sustainable diets for all; the 4th one, building fairer, shorter, and cleaner supply chains; and finally, putting trade in the service of sustainable development. So these are objectives. They're also transitions. They're 5 parallel transitions that need to happen alongside one another to build sustainable food systems in Europe. And again, to recap, we need mutually reinforcing actions along the train. If we want farmers to shift towards a more agroecological model, we need support in the CAP. We also need new advisory services. We need market opportunities for those farmers, whether it's through shorter supply chains, public procurement models. And if we're going to be making those shifts in Europe and farmers are facing new costs, we need protection against them being undercut by cheaper produce coming in from abroad facing different conditions. And another example, if we're going to promote healthy, sustainable diets for consumers, this requires a whole range of things to be changed. That's urban planning, licensing, and zoning policies to make the healthy option the easiest option for all people. We need fiscal and social incentives to ensure that poorer people have access to healthy food. And we need marketing restrictions to make sure that we put an end to the promotion of junk foods and unhealthy diets. Thank you very much for your attention. I would just direct you to reading the full report if you're interested in knowing more about these proposals.
Thank you very much. Very good and informative speech, I think. And now I let the floor up. One. Mr. Carasani? Yes. Yeah. We start with Mr. Carasani, first speaker. Go ahead.
Köszönöm a szót, elnök asszony, kedves kollégák! Én a demográfiai változás szempontjából nézve szeretnék néhány szót szólni.
Yes, I'd like to comment on this with an eye to demographic and social change. President Ursula von der Leyen asked for the presentation of a strategy on sustainability. I think that agriculture and tourism are both part of that strategy. They have to be in there. At the next plenary, we will be proposing an opinion for which I'm the rapporteur. And the idea is that you find that there is unequal distribution of the population, and the neglected areas, disadvantaged areas are in the countryside. You find that a lot of young people leave rural areas, and so the services they provide are lost as well. So we've got to make sure that in rural areas, infrastructure is maintained and extended. We think that the CAP must keep an eye on rural development and also on development of tourism. So that means that for the next funding period, it's going to be important to develop tourism in rural areas. And when it comes to farm to fork, We have to create conditions which prevent people from deserting rural areas. It's vital to do that for us to have access to basic services in rural areas. And I'd just like to point out that cohesion policy has an important role to play in this. In my view, the funding of cohesion policy is one of the most important parts of rural development. Thank you.
Tack, och då var det herr Voss.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Voss. Yes, thank you very much, Mrs. Lankin, and thank you also, Mr. Milana, for this opinion. I think it's a very timely opinion, and I think that it's good that we've done work on this. Mr. Jacobs also set out very well indeed where we are when it comes to agricultural and food policy, and this is something which I think we have discussed for many years now, but we've been talking about distribution of resources, development of the land, which wasn't good for the environment, it wasn't good for employment in rural areas, and it wasn't good for animal welfare, but we continue to do that. We've now got the Green Deal, and as was said, this is really a growth program. I think that with the Green Deal, the CAP is on board. So I think it's a very important opportunity which we have now for these things to be looked at together, rather than just looking at how much agriculture, how much direct payments, how much other funding can just be distributed. So these are good chances. This is a good opportunity for us, and I think that it's likely that there's not going to be a real revolution in CAP, so the farm-to-fork approach is a very good one. And I think that it is a very good way of benefiting from agricultural policy. There are lots of different building blocks in there which have to then be implemented by the member states. There's one thing that I'd like to add, and this is something which you referred to. And of course, if we're talking about agricultural and food policy, we don't need to concentrate so much on subsidies. The important thing is actually getting things onto the market. That's why it's important for us to have labelling rules here, which means that we have a real European marketing policy here. And also there's a question of maintaining prices. I think that having the cheapest global prices is a contradiction of the fact that we need to have an agricultural policy in place which actually performs. So I think we need to look and see how far agricultural policy is being used as a marketing policy, something which can be used to prevent markets from collapsing. Thank you.
Tack. Då ska vi se, då var det...
Yes, thank you. I think our colleague from Finland.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to point out 4 legislative needs for the Farm to Fork program. We are continuing to work on this opinion, and I would just like to draw attention to the fact that the origin mark of food is something that should be dealt with on the European level, even the international level. It should be visible where the food has come from, what is the provenance of the food, and we also need to see what the carbon footprint is of food. Now, as far as restaurants are concerned, I think that traceability should be part of their day-to-day work. We have a national legislation to the effect that the origin of food needs to be traceable and needs to be communicated by the restaurant. Now, these origin marks, this is something that really should be taken on board in the opinion in a very strong way. And then local food, the significance of local food and people's desires and wishes are very important. I'm the daughter of a fisherman, and I've gone out on fishing expeditions and, you know, bringing back that fresh fish. People really like to have fresh fish. They really want to have fresh fish back on their dinner plates. And in Finland, local food has a huge market, and food clubs, food chains, this is very important. They really take into consideration what the consumer wants. And actually, our legislation is falling a little bit behind in this area, and I think we need to catch up. That's something that we need to take on board here in the committee. Now, labeling. The preparation of food and products. We need to know, for example, what the carbon footprint is, what the chain of production has been. And I think this is an area where legislation could help bring these things to light. And I would like to link into the panel's point on improving the health qualities of food. Perhaps the VAT of food could be steered in such a way so that healthy food would be taken into consideration in a tax way so that it would be more affordable to buy.
Tack. Och då går ordet till Billy Borsus.
Billy Borsus next.
Bonjour, merci tout d'abord.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the rapporteur and all of the speakers for this excellent debate. I would strongly support everything that's been said to support this farm to fork process within the Green Deal. Now, I have several comments. First of all, I think we really need to call for coherence in the choices made. I'm also part of the Econ Commission in the Committee of the Regions, and at the beginning of the week, the Commissioner for Trade came to promote all of the interest in free trade agreements, in particular Mercosur, and I don't see how we can reconcile these two things. We can't massively import with a huge carbon impact soya from the US or a series of products coming from all over the world, and yet at the same time be very offensive in creating new agreements, and at the same time trying to relearn respect for the environment and promoting an agricultural strategy at home. So the choices for the future CAP are going to play a key role here. In the past, we supported productivity above everything else, with, as a result, massive losses with a greater industrialization of our farming and the consumers being distanced from the farm. And we also abandoned many market management systems. Quotas were abandoned in milk, sugar, etc., thereby encouraging a race to greater production. If we want to be consistent, we have to be brave enough in the next CAP and strongly bring back the market management instruments to the fore. My colleagues have mentioned that when you talk about new policies, you're talking about new legislative initiatives as well, obviously, but we also have to have the means for this. Now, means that are not possible within a very difficult multi-annual financial framework. We've already seen 16, 17, or even 20% reduction in the CAP budget. Many agricultural sectors are in crisis. If we then go to try and cut further into the farmers' incomes, it's obvious that we're going to weaken certain sectors even further. So the question of the means is very important. And to not go on any further, I would finish by saying that I, too, would suggest that we amend other texts. For example, the Public Procurement Directive, which leaves almost no room for proximity unless it's rather twisted. This has got to be amended if we want to reintroduce the concept of proximity in the production, then the tools have to be adapted for this. When we talk about labeling, for example, for a long time, the Commission forbade national labeling. France and other countries pushed hard against that. But if we want to bring back the concept of proximity, we've got to be consistent throughout legislation. So congratulations on this, and thank you very much for picking up the gauntlet on this. It's a huge challenge, and the fact that we've got to try and ensure that the Commission, the Parliament, the Member States work together. I know it's a huge challenge, but to involve the local authorities is an excellent idea. Now, the result has got to be up to the European society's expectations that we all share. So thank you very much for your audacity in this policy that we all expect. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. And first of all, I'd like to apologize to the rapporteur because and the presenters because I wasn't able to listen to everything. I just finished my own presentation. But I do want to share some ideas on the opinion that is now up for discussion for an exchange of views and opinions. I have been working in I worked in the European Commission on the creation of the PAC, and I remember the leitmotif was based on two principles: one, guaranteeing a level of income for workers, i.e. farmers, and secondly, the issue of food security. So Europe needed to guarantee a minimum amount of food without having to take recourse to outside food sources unless necessary. Now, I would humbly recommend, and looking at this document, this is something that I don't see clearly enough, and I don't know if this is something that was raised during the discussion and presentations, but maybe we could include the issue of food waste. We need to guarantee a reduction of food waste. And in my previous presentation, I talked about that from the point of view of tourism and how tourism could help to eliminate or reduce food waste. I think the next CAP, which is logically in the pipeline, is something that will take that into consideration because Europe cannot guarantee a minimum income and guarantee Europe being more or less self-sufficient in the agriculture area, but we also need to make sure that from farm to fork, we don't waste anything that is not necessary. And so it wouldn't make sense for Europe to waste any resources in this farm to fork strategy. Obviously, being aware of food waste in restaurants, hotel, supermarkets, retail, wholesale. All of this is something that we're aware of and we need to take into consideration. I'm not sure if this is something that was raised in conjunction with the rapporteur's presentation or the presentation of the experts, but I do think this is something that should be taken on board in the opinion.
Tack. Då tänkte jag själv ta till...
Yes, thank you. I wanted to take the floor myself and make a few comments of my own. I'd just like to say that I think that it's really great to hear your description and the commitment which you have for this issue. This is not an easy issue that we're going to be looking at, but I do think it's very important as a subject, and it's important that we actually listen to what young people have to say here, their expectations and their requirements, and this is what's being done here, so that's very important. Now, we can also see a trend which I think is quite exciting. We're talking about less agriculture, where we see people leaving the sector. In Stockholm, we had figures on this, and smaller farming, smaller scale farming is more important, and we've got examples of that in Stockholm, and there is an awareness which I think is also an opportunity to build upon the foundation here. I think it's very important that we as local and regional politicians actually identify our own instruments which we can use to influence things. I think that when we were doing our plan back home for construction activities, we said it was important that we didn't build on farming land. We said that we needed that land, so it's important not to build on it, even if the alternative land available is more expensive, but we need agricultural land. Now, I think there was a point which was made here where there was a problem about where our food comes from. We've really concentrated in the past on large-scale suppliers and quantity rather than quality. I think that we need to create the conditions in which smaller producers can flourish. It's not possible for some smaller suppliers to provide goods all around throughout the year. I mean, if you think for schools, they buy a lot of produce, and they need to be supplied regularly. And sometimes it's not possible for small companies to actually participate in that sort of market. It's difficult for them to get in there, and their produce is too expensive sometimes. But I think we've got to look at this sort of problem and see how we can make food production more sustainable, so that it's possible for smaller producers also to have a foothold in the market. And then I'd also like to end by thanking Rosa Thun very much indeed for her invitation to cooperate so very much with us here in the Committee of the Regions, and I'm sure that we'll want to work together with the European Food Forum. Now, let me give the floor now to our rapporteur, first and foremost, to comment on what's been said by the Commission members.
It's one more speaker, sorry. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Merci, Madame.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I'm terribly sorry. I had raised my hand perhaps a little bit too early at the very beginning. Yes, it happens. Of course, I wanted to thank you for the presentation of this upcoming opinion by the rapporteur, and also thank you to all the speakers. This cross-cutting presentation, and this is something that was said earlier, is very interesting, and you know, it's a very bold step. And so I'd like to thank the Commission, which is represented here by two DGs, DG Agri and DG Sante. It's very important indeed to highlight our agriculture in those two areas. And I'd like to thank IPAS and the Food Forum and representing the agricultural world. The agricultural world, I'm sure, is very much in line with this approach and this European strategy for food. It's obviously very important. And this is something that I said earlier this morning. I was an MEP, and it's very nice to see Mrs. Rosa Thun here. And I did have a question that I would like to raise before we conclude the debate. But I have a question for you. Obviously, on the European level, we have a specificity. We have an agriculture which is very healthy. Our approach is very specific, and it's really very close to the territories, and it's maintained at a scale that is interesting in terms of our development. This is European agriculture, and we have a message to convey on the European level. And I think that local authorities do have a role to play. And I was there when you created the forum, basically from the farm to the fork. And basically, the idea was to bring researchers, scientists, the agricultural world, local and regional authorities, bring them all together, because local and regional authorities really have a role to play in terms of short circuits, working with farmers to be more sustainable, support consumers that we deal with every day, because we're on the ground. We want to change consumer practices. And so I think the agro-food industry should also change their practices. The European Parliament has already deliberated on the directive for producer behavior. And so I do have a question to the MEP. You created this forum, and this was based on the European food strategy. You very elegantly called upon us to work with you. I'm wondering if, in fact, there is a member of the Committee of the Regions who could be brought on board to the work of the forum. I think this would be a very good way of having a voice, the voice of the local and regional authorities on this European level. Thank you all for your presentations. I think that we can all be very proud when we defend our European agriculture.
Tack. Då tror jag att...
Thank you. Well, I think that we can allow Rosa to answer that question first. I saw that she was nodding on that one, but we'll get to hear from Rosa first before the rapporteur comes back.
Yes. Just a moment to respond. Thank you for mentioning consumers. Personally, I'm a member of the Consumer Protection Single Market Committee, and so, of course, this is a very important aspect. And we want to get more stakeholders from that part of the world, as it were, NGOs, consumer associations. So we want to create a balance by involving them. And it's really you who provide the balance. You are the best place to know what's happening on the ground, and you have the wisdom, you have the know-how, and we really need you. And I think that we will be maintaining contact and continuing our cooperation, and the Committee of the Regions will become a member so that you can have someone at our meetings. Our Secretary General is here, waving there, Luisella. She will provide you with information that you might need on the technical level, but we would be very pleased to cooperate with you in an organized way, to cooperate with the COR. Thank you.
Då ska vi ta den kontakten här.
Yes, So we'll continue contacts there in the future. Now let me give the floor to the rapporteur so that he can comment on the statements which have been made in the room.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much to everyone. There seems to be a great deal of harmony and awareness in the speaker's comments. So I think we will end up with an excellent work. This harmony we have in various at various levels, the role of the Parliament, the Commissioner, and our own. We're all going to need to work together. And yes, I think the Parliament and the Commission both need to be daring. And I think you can find supporters in the local and regional authorities. I think this daring should actually lead to a few traditions being broken up. I mean, we talked about resources. I'm very skeptical about the fact that there can be additional resources given to the European budget. As you know, the multi-annual financial framework has inbuilt weaknesses, but the quality of where the resources are targeted, that could perhaps be improved. And that's something where the Commission and the Parliament can be daring. Today, for example, the CAP funds, 60 to 70% of them are destined for the land. So only 30% is for projects. I think we need to be brave enough to reverse that and to ensure that projects and sustainability get the majority of the resources and not the opposite. Because if we continue to think that it's only the land, the soil, should be the target of the resources, it means that we're going to be sacrificing the planet and sustainability, no matter what sort of farm-to-fork policy we come up with. So I will be repeating this in future as well, but I'll take advantage of this to say it here. I mean, I think we should support this thesis, because when we talk about resources, we need to ensure that there is room for reversing things. The second aspect is we shouldn't link to the returns for agriculture and fisheries. I don't want to quote anyone to make sure I don't make a mistake. Somebody talked about cohesion. Well, yes, those are important aspects, because resources for cohesion can be used in the agricultural sector, or training, or information, to try and stimulate different behavior from consumers or young farmers or whoever wants to shift their productivity to a more ecological production method. So we need to ensure that we take this qualitative leap forward and get away from the segmentation approach to resources and start thinking more across the board. I'm a former MEP, and I was vice chairman of the Fisheries Committee, and I was a co-rapporteur with Alain Cadec, who was chairman of the European Fisheries Fund report. And for the first time, they mentioned the possibility of integrating resources, not just for fisheries, but also for investment. And it was very efficient in terms of implementing aquaculture policies. So this is something that can be used for different sources of financing and the ways in which they are distributed. A second aspect, and I'll finish on that, we've got food on the one hand, and we've got goods on the other. Goods are what we consume. Food is what we produce. Now, in the transformation from food to goods, there's a multitude of activities involved, and that's the processing, packaging, transport. And I gave an example a few days ago. We transport water for thousands of kilometers. Maybe we need to wonder whether carrying on transporting water for thousands of kilometers is a good idea. So the attention we need to pay in the next months is to keep that in mind. Between the food we produce and the goods that we consume, there's a veritable ocean of area for intervention. I think picking up on what Mr. Cardenete said, as I said at the beginning, you have the document, and we'll see you again in June to discuss this in a more comprehensive way, and maybe we'll be able to integrate the information that comes in between now and the end of March. So I just do want to thank. I mean, we've got quite a team of women here, and I think that's a good thing. But thanks to the team, the secretariat, my expert, and all those who've made a contribution to this report, and those who will. And again, an invitation to do, please feel free to contribute.
Yes, thank you. I've just been told that we're about 15 minutes late at this stage, but I would like to thank all of you for participating in this very valuable discussion. And I'm looking forward to further work in this area. And now, moving on to the next item on the agenda, item 10, coronavirus impact on local communities, a policy debate. We've got a quick change of speakers here at the top table, so let's have a quick break.
Tack, då ska vi starta.
Right, thank you. Then I'd like to kick off this discussion, and I'd like to start by telling you who we've got as speakers. We've got Lene Muhlenbergs from the WHO's representation to the European Union. We've got John F. Ryan with us, who is a Director for Public Health and Food Safety, Country Knowledge Crisis Management. And we've got Johannes Luchner, who is Director for Emergency Management and RESC-EU. We're also going to have a very brief video message from the Director from the European Centre for Disease Prevention and Control, who's Dr. Andrea Amon. And then one of our members of the Committee of the Region from Venice, I think it is, Roberto Cambiati. He's not able to be with us today, but he'll send us a message too. So I'm going to open up the floor and ask the speakers to make a couple of points for us. I think that we are both affected and unhappy about what's happening around us in the world. We've got new figures from today, and I think what we can say is we've got more than 4,000 confirmed cases of the disease and a little bit more than 100 people who've died from this COVID-19. Now, I think that when we work back home in our municipalities and regions, then I think that we work very active normally, but I think that there are some people who have reduced the amount of trips that they've got. Some people, particularly in North Italy, there's been regions which have been affected quite a lot, and people are being quarantined for several weeks. We can also see that people are affected and they're starting to hoard medicines and foods. I think it's important for us to look at this situation. There are going to be some very big economic consequences for business from this. And when we look at all of the economic reports, which were published yesterday and the day before, then we can see that economic development is going to be affected quite a lot in this crisis situation. So I think it's very good indeed for us to have the opportunity to discuss this, to get a bit more knowledge on this subject, but also to hear about how this problem needs to be managed on a local level. So that's why I'd like to give the floor now to Leen Muilenbergs, who is the WHO representative in the EU. So I'd like to ask him to introduce the subject.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the invitation on this important topic. I'm going to give a very short introduction, and I think everyone knows what we're talking about, the public health emergency of international concern that WHO declared on the 30th of January on the COVID-19 outbreak. So I'll update you on the latest figures. I just confirmed the figures because they come in on a daily basis very late. So this is globally, we're looking at 95,270 reported cases in 79 countries. The largest majority of the cases are still recorded in China, but as you know, the number of daily reported cases outside of China is exceeding those reported in China. 80% of the cases that are reported are linked, besides China, to 3 other countries, the Republic of Korea, Iran, and Italy. There are linked epidemics in several countries where most cases are still to be traced to known contacts and small clusters of cases. In some few countries, the one I mentioned, there is really community transitions. If you look at the European region, as the chair was saying, we're above 400 confirmed cases. The figure I just read, which is the figure that WHO has published at 4 o'clock, is 4,296 cases, confirmed in 39 countries. Italy remains the most affected area, of course, and here we see 3,000 cases in 18 regions and 2 autonomous provinces, Lombardy being accounted for 59% of all these cases. But also France, and I mention this because we are in the Committee of the Regions, has 12 affected regions, which causes 23% of cases coming from the Hauts-de-France region. So it's really not only talking about the country, but we're also talking about the regions. We are very, very grateful at WHO for all the member states' effort and for their transparency. It's not an easy job to share data on a daily basis on the number of cases, while in the meantime working on containment and working on treatment of patients. So we get more and more data, and we also get a better understanding of the virus and the diseases. And just for your information, the information that we have currently shows that in 81% of the cases, the disease is really mild. 14% of the cases of the patients that we have seen now show more severe symptoms, and for 5%, the situation is really critical. As you know, the disease spreads by small droplets from fluid from the nose and mouth from someone who is sick. We want to stress, and I want to stress it here again, WHO advises against travel and trade restrictions from the affected countries. In our view, we still need to continue to contain the virus, and that should be the top priority of all countries. At the same time, countries need to be preparing for sustained community transmission. And that is why we are suggesting a comprehensive approach. There is no one-size-fits-all here. Every country is different, and we need different scenarios in different countries, even different scenarios within one country for different regions. The WHO advises countries on actions that they can take for each of what we call the 3C scenarios. The first C is the first case scenario, the first cluster scenario, and the first evidence of community transition. The basic actions in each of the scenarios are the same, but the emphasis is changing depending on which transition scenario a country is in. For example, in the first case scenario or no case scenario, the top priority and the aim is to stop any transmission, and to prevent any spread. When there are small clusters of cases with transmissions between family members or close contact, the aim is to slow the transition and to prevent further spread. And then when there are regions or communities or countries where there is community transition, the aim is really to slow down this transmission and to reduce the impact. And it goes without saying, it's clear, I think, some countries have more than one of these scenarios in place at the same time. Dr. Tedros, the Director General of the World Health Assembly, is very clear, and his message to everyone is we have to push back. We understand that people are scared or uncertain. That is normal, that we are facing a disease which we do not know, which we have to learn about. And therefore, we think it is absolutely critical, and we see a really important role also from you, from the regions in this event, to educate people on the COVID-19 virus. For most people, the illness starts with fever or a dry cough, not with a running nose. Most people have a very mild disease and get better without needing any specialist care. So in our view, everyone can help with this containment. We keep saying, and I know it becomes, I saw yesterday a film or a video on YouTube which was really joking about it, but we keep saying washing hands regularly with soap and water is important. Touching your face, the face with contained surfaces or sick people is a way to transmit viruses. So cleaning your hands reduces a risk. Cleaning surfaces reduces a risk. Cleaning your work desk reduces a risk. And a last point I want to mention is, for us, people with no respiratory symptoms, such as a cough, do not need to wear medical masks. These masks and this other personal protective equipment, they are critical for health workers and caretaker. Shortages will leave these people who take care of patients vulnerable, and we need them. Absolutely, we need them. So we need to make sure that they can be protected correctly. And then finally, Madam Chair, I think my final message is one saying that this is something we have to fight together. And we are very grateful, and I'm very grateful with my colleagues from the Commission here with me and with the ECDC. We have a very close collaboration, working really, really close together. And I have to thank the Commission for a very strong message also in supporting the WHO strategic preparedness plan in helping countries to work on this. So I think I would extend an invitation to the Committee of the Regions and to the regions and community to join this effort and really work with us to tackle and contain as much as possible this outbreak. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then John F. Ryan, if you want to speak. Please.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for the invitation. I don't want to go back over the figures again, but just to give you an illustration of how quickly the situation is moving. When the health ministers met on this topic for the first time on the 13th of February this year, there were 44 confirmed cases in Europe. Today, as we've just heard, there are 4,197 confirmed cases in Europe, and we're on the 5th of March. So you can see that the expansion of the confirmed cases in the European Union has been considerable in this short time. And of course, it's not only the European Union which is concerned, but also many other parts of the world. 79 countries are now affected to one extent or another. The European Centre for Disease Prevention and Control, which is our agency for communicable diseases, provides daily updates on the epidemiological situation. It also provides risk assessments on which the member states can then work to calculate their level of risk and the measures they need to take. The European Centre also provides a series of documents advising the public and health professionals and health ministries on the measures they need to take to deal with this outbreak. And just to give you an illustration, the latest risk assessment from last weekend from the European Centre for Disease Prevention and Control says that the risk associated with this infection for people in the European Union is currently considered to be moderate to high, based on the probability of transmission and the impact of the disease. So this is the key message to you, that the number of cases has been increasing considerably over the last few weeks, and the assessment of the European Centre is that the risk of infection is moderate to high. So the situation is not the same for all of our member states, of course, and I'd like to underline that the European Union at the moment remains in the containment phase. In other words, we're trying to contain the outbreak by identifying the individual carriers of the infection and identifying the contacts that those people have had with other people. So we're still in this phase of trying to contain the outbreak. At the same time, if we're going to be properly prepared, we should also prepare for the next stages and also take into account the possibility of a worst-case scenario. And this is what the Commission has been engaging with the Member States on in order to make sure that the health systems are prepared for the possibility that there would be a large number of new people seeking care. For example, the health systems need to be capable of taking up this surge in patients. They need to be able to protect the at-risk populations, the vulnerable populations, the people who are most open to this virus, the elderly and people with underlying health conditions. We need to make sure that the member states have the adequate financing to build up their systems for this emergency. And of course, the need to update their pandemic preparedness plans. The Commission provides guidance and support, including financial support, but I'd like to emphasize that according to the European treaties, it's the member states who are responsible for the organization and delivery of healthcare. So the responsibility is principally with the member states, and of course in many member states this is a regional or local competence as well. So regarding the measures that have been implemented or are being considered by our member states, the Commission would like to recall that these measures should be proportionate, they should be science-based, and they should be evidence-based in response to the different phases of the pandemic. So we hope that these measures will be put in place rapidly, and we're working with the member states to make sure that they know what measures should be taken at each stage of the outbreak in order to stop and slow down the person-to-person transmission chains and make sure that we delay the pandemic as much as possible. Now, some of these measures you will already know about, because in some member states they're already active. For example, analysing public events, mass gatherings as we call them, but public events like sporting events or concerts. These have to be analysed to see whether the risk of transmission of the disease caused by these events is greater than the benefit of actually having the event. In some member states, educational establishments like schools and universities have been closed, sometimes for short periods and sometimes for longer periods. We need to make sure that the member states have sufficient protective equipment, because the healthcare workers need, when they're dealing with patients, to protect themselves. In other words, they need masks, gloves and gowns. And we know that many of the member states are in short supply of these products, and therefore the safety of the healthcare workers is in danger unless they have the necessary personal protective equipment. We need to be sure that there is a constant supply of pharmaceutical products as well, and equipment for treating patients who come into the hospital. Will this require in the future the mobilisation of additional healthcare worker staff, for example by recalling retired healthcare workers or mobilising students, medical students? These are questions which we're actively discussing. We're also discussing with the industry whether they need to reinforce their supply chains, and we know that many active pharmaceutical ingredients are manufactured in India and China, and the recent outbreak in China has disrupted the supply chains for our pharmaceutical products. So this is something we're also discussing. And finally, of course, the legal aspects. In other words, how do you make sure that when you impose quarantine measures or self-isolation measures, how can you make sure that these measures are legally sound and covered in the national legislation? So all of this, these questions on measures are being discussed between the Commission and the Member States actively on a daily basis. And the important thing is to try and take these measures now, where they're appropriate, in order to slow down and break the chain of transmission of the virus. We need to leave as much time as possible for the Member States to recalibrate and reorganise their health systems in order to be able to deal with a large number of patients if the person-to-person transmission becomes established in the European Union. So this is really what we're playing for at the moment, is to get additional time to reorganise and strengthen our health systems. That's why the Commission has recommended that the Member States activate their preparedness plans, and we have been working for many years now after Ebola and Zika and pandemic flu. We've been working to improve the pandemic planning in the Member States, and now we're really putting these into play in a serious way. Now, it's important as well to make sure that the public is on board, because public acceptance of measures and understanding of the reason behind the measures is extremely important. And therefore, communication with the public has to be factual and it has to be appropriate. So this is really something the Commission is anxious to ensure, that all citizens in the European Union have access to regular, updated, scientifically based and accurate information. And we encourage the Member States, for example, to set up helplines, because individuals have questions on their own circumstances, and many of these questions can be answered either by email or by phone. And therefore, many Member States have actually established helplines in order to reduce the pressure and stop people going to ask their doctor the same question, but rather to use IT or telephone tools to get the answers that they need. The Commission is, of course, also anxious about fake news and disinformation, And we know that the social media is often used to transmit messages which are fake. And this is particularly a problem in relation to fake medicines, for example, or fake treatment. So we're very anxious to work with the member states as well to make sure that we push out scientifically validated, accurate information to the public that they can understand and become part of the solution. The public must be part of the solution. So we work with the member states by using a confidential IT system which is called the Early Warning and Response System. And all of the cases and the contact details and the measures taken by the member states are notified to all of the member states at the same time using this tool. The Health Security Committee is our group which brings together the health ministries, and this group is meeting several times a week at the moment with the World Health Organization in order to make sure that we have an accurate picture of the situation. And we discuss the national measures and the coordination of measures with the member states to make sure that the measures taken in one member state don't contradict the measures taken in another member state. This is extremely important to have science-based, coherent measures across the community as appropriate. And of course, we also try and develop harmonized or accurate messages for citizens. So we think that with the expansion of the outbreak in the coming weeks, if the containment phase is unsuccessful, with the expansion of the outbreak in the coming weeks, we need to make sure that there's even stronger political and scientific cooperation between the member states. And this is a point which will be repeated again tomorrow in the Health Council, the Council of Health Ministers, which will be meeting here in Brussels tomorrow. Our point of view in the Commission is that unilateral decisions by one member state taken not in consultation with the other member states are undermining each other and therefore make the whole situation weaker. And we think that as we go forward with this outbreak, it's extremely important that the recommendations of the World Health Organization, the recommendations of our scientific agency, should be the basis for future measures, and that these measures need to be coordinated between the member states across the European Union. This was in fact what the ministers agreed on the 13th of February, but we're going to repeat the message again tomorrow. I just wanted to mention quickly that the Commission has launched a joint procurement procedure for personal protective equipment. I mentioned that there is a shortage of personal protective equipment in some member states, and therefore the Commission has brought together 20 member states in order to jointly purchase personal protective equipment. This procedure is underway at the moment as we speak, and we expect to have a final result of this tender in April. Of course, there is the problem that the supply of these products is limited, and therefore, but we think it's better that the member states work together rather than separately in trying to protect their healthcare workers. We're also mobilizing our experts to support laboratory cooperation because, of course, each case needs to be tested, and the capacities of some member states to carry out accurate testing needs to be reinforced, and therefore the European Union is helping the member states to reinforce their laboratory capacity, and also the points of entry control. In other words, how do you control at points of entry for the virus at seaports, airports and land crossings. So, of course, the European Air Safety Agency and other agencies are also involved in reinforcing transport safety. So I wanted to mention that last week in Rome, the Italian minister met with the neighbouring countries, 7 neighbouring countries of Italy, in order to examine the current outbreak in Italy, and it was agreed between those ministers that it was important to have measures which were evidence-based and which did not include border controls. So the point was made quite strongly at this meeting that border controls are not recommended by the World Health Organization, and these ministers agreed that it would not be an appropriate or proportionate or evidence-based reaction to the Italian outbreak. So tomorrow, as I said, the health ministers will meet, and I hope that we will see some commitment made by the member states to work together in dealing with this outbreak. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Tack så väldigt mycket för...
Yes, thank you very much indeed for that contribution. It's time now to hear from Johannes Luckner, who's Director for Emergency Management and Rescue EU.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I'm going to talk quickly about the other measures that are indirectly related to the health issues that John Ryan just presented. As you know, the Commission, this new Commission appointed Commissioner Lenarčič as European Emergency Response Coordinator with the idea that in this new function we should make sure that if we have a crisis, the Commission provides a coherent response. And of course, we didn't hope that this function would show its usefulness as soon as it did now. The President of the Commission activated the internal crisis mechanisms at the end of January, asked Commissioner Lenarčič to take the political responsibility as response coordinator for the management of the crisis. And since then, we have done everything in order to make sure that our response is coherent. What does this mean? This means that since the end of January, basically all Commission services meet at least once a week in the Crisis Coordination Committee, sometimes together with Commissioner Kyriakides, sometimes only at service level, in order to look at all the different aspects that this crisis has, because it has an effect already, as you know, also on the economic and social fabric of our societies, in order to make sure that we are prepared. In terms of information, at the beginning of this week, President von der Leyen, together with a crisis response team consisting of Commissioners Kyriakides, Lenarčič, Johansson, Vălean, and Gentiloni, also presented a specific dedicated Commission website on the COVID-19 response in order to provide information to the public and to document also what the Commission is doing. Now, coordination is sometimes a relatively vague word, and what we do in the Crisis Coordination Committee is pull together all the various aspects, because the coordination with member states now is vast. It happens in the Health Security Committee. There is now a special group looking into the supply of medicines. There is, of course, the EU Response and Early Warning System. There is the European Aviation Crisis Coordination Cell. There is a weekly meeting with interior ministries on the situation at borders and in hotspots. So all of these strands of information and coordination then come together in the Crisis Coordination Committee and at political level in different council formations, but in particular in the Health Council, Special Health Council, the second one taking place together. The Presidency has also activated the Integrated Political Crisis Response, Level 2. This is a technical term that basically recognizes that we do have a serious crisis on our hands that requires specific coordination measures launched by the Presidency in formal and informal formats in order to make sure that decisions can get taken quickly. In addition to that, we have, with the Union Civil Protection Mechanism, had a number of repatriation activations to coordinate and co-finance the repatriation of EU citizens. We have so far brought more than 500 back from China and Japan. For the moment, there is no more demand. However, we are looking together with the consular services of member states and the European External Action Service at the situation in Iran and stand ready to coordinate if repatriation is needed from there. As you know, at the beginning of such an outbreak, for instance with Ebola, but also with this one, our policy is to try to contain it wherever it is taking place and assist the country in need, and therefore we also have, at the beginning of the crisis, in the early days, coordinated the delivery of more than 60 tons of material to China based on the request we had received from the Chinese embassy. We also stand ready for further internal assistance inside the European Union, but as John Ryan mentioned, the situation concerning the supply of protective personal equipment is difficult on the global market, not least because much of the capacity is actually based in Wuhan, China. And we will continue to coordinate all the various aspects, in particular by engaging and concluding over the next couple of days an exercise in contingency planning that concerns all sectors that the European Commission deals with. So we are looking forward to saying, what does this mean potentially for the energy sector? We know that tourism and the airline industry and the cruise ship industry are very hard hit. What if this continues? What could it do to agriculture? What could it do to the economic situation for member states? And what means does the Commission have at its disposal in order to assist member states? So Commissioner Lenarčič leads this contingency planning in order to make sure that we are prepared for any kind of possible future scenario. Thank you very much.
Yes, well, thank you for that very good and comprehensive information which we've just had from our speakers. I think that now we can watch a short video message for the director from the European Centre for Disease Prevention and Control. That's Dr. Andrea Amon. Let's see if this works now. Yes, it looks like it is.
Ja, då ska vi också få...
And now we're going to have a video message from Roberto Ciambetti from the Committee of the Regions. And he's a member of our commission here too.
Chairman. We keep under the for close the and in public third in words on to people uh, to the to for unsanitary is in with freedom of administration is very dangerous.
Tack, då tänkte jag släppa...
Thank you. Well, I was going to open up the floor now for your contributions and comments. Let's start with Milan.
Sì, grazie.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I think what we've been told, as well as the comments from our colleague Ciambetti, has shown that there is a lot of activity and positive activity in what's being done. The problem, I think, is the largest problem is the major concerns and efforts to contain the spread is creating sort of psychosis and fear, and that's the major problem we have at the moment. We think the only way to fight the spread of this is to inform and support citizens and to help them in their change their behavior to avoid spread. This is a responsible behavior, and we are convinced that our response is an adequate response to the uncontrolled spread of disease. I mean, the whole key word is the control. And yesterday they decided on a serious measure, and that is closing all Italian schools for 2 weeks, and also a very strict approach to all public events. So we have to organize things following the WHO directives. Now, we do hope that these policies are being carried out throughout Europe. We don't know, but we certainly hope so. And to be quite honest, we don't know, aside from the references to coordination. But this means that our economy is paying a huge price. It worsens the crisis conditions, it creates social tensions, and the greatest concern is that the price of all of this will be paid by the weakest segments of society. Europe needs to quickly promote answers which make the impact of this situation as painless as possible. A simple comment. I mean, there aren't any borders for a virus, nor are there any differences in those that are hit by it. We've seen that as well. We need to respond without taking our differences into account or our borders. We are representatives of the local authorities. We're those to whom our citizens turn first. And it's our duty to ask the European Commission and the Parliament and the Council for urgent, decisive solutions, not just coordination. We need to have a decision. As far as I'm concerned, I think the time has come to open the phase of recognizing the difficulties and providing useful solutions to manage an economic crisis, which is not coming in the future, but we've seen this. You can see this on the financial markets. I mean, in addition to the cry of alarm from the tourism and transport sectors and the situation in the agro-food segment, this is going to affect all productive sectors of our economy. Because of all of that, I really think that we need to overcome the limits laid out in the Stability Pact. We need to consider a flexible approach, and we need to consider this as a permanent factor. And it's because of this, I think it's important to adapt the Maastricht criteria. The virus will pass. The scientific community and the strong reactions organization at the international level, they will be able to fight this. But what we need to do is avoid that this becomes an incurable problem for our economy. So we need to have a single uniform approach for the whole of Europe, notwithstanding the more or less dramatic situation from country to country. But we are all, and I do mean all of us, affected by this.
Tack, herr Marini. Det är väldigt små bokstäver.
The letters are very, very small on those flags. So when you're right at the back, it's difficult to see you.
Nicola Marini,
Nicola Marini. I'm a new deputy member from Albano Laziali. I am from a city near Rome. I want to thank the chairman for the opportunity to discuss such an important issue, such as COVID-19, which is now affecting the whole world with certain outbreaks of particular severity, which have been mentioned. And I'd also like to thank the comprehensive information provided by the representatives and the specific numbers given. The level of seriousness of the situation has been commented on. I think we're now in a situation saying that the situation is worsening throughout European territory, because beyond what the issue of how lethal the disease is or not, we're not in the presence of a virus that has such a high level of mortality, such as SARS or Ebola However, we are faced with a virus that is very contagious very quickly. As a result, what we need to do is try to delay peaks of infection and avoid new outbreak zones. What's important is to recall is that this virus hits the oldest population hardest. And this also means that in almost all of the areas that are subject to restrictions, we're seeing that they have to be cared for in intensive care units. And this is something that has to be taken into account in our approach as well. As has been said, and without trying to get into any sort of controversy, it's obvious that once in Italy, I think the latest number was more than 30,000 tests. Obviously, that means there is a high level of positives. Now, if this testing was done at the European level, probably the numbers would not be far off that same figure. So it's obvious that this is very concerning, and even my colleague Milana referred to this as well. I think that we're subject to such a high pressure in our health system, politically, media pressure, administrative pressure. We need to thank the thousands of our healthcare workers, the civil protection workers, volunteers and associations, but also all of the local administrators who are involved in this. There are other colleagues who are facing a very critical situation at the moment. We were called that schools have been closed. We're all fighting against the seriousness of this together with our citizens, and it affects daily life. All of the daily activities that are normally carried out, now everyone has to pay a great deal of attention to these daily tasks. And this is something that we are bringing here as representatives of our citizens. And to those citizens that are subject to these measures, which sometimes are highly restrictive, such as in the Arosa region in the north of Italy, we need to express our thoughts and thanks for their willingness to cooperate. Now, obviously, there has been a response, and thanks to the excellence of our healthcare system, we're grateful for it. But this isn't enough. The situation is very serious. But we have to remember that it covers all of the aspects we're talking about. It's not just a question of mobility. Mobility can be broken down in different ways. We have commercial, cultural, political mobility, goods, anything else, really. But necessarily, any of this movement is going to have an impact, a restriction on this movement is going to have an impact on the economy. Now, there are macroeconomic aspects that have been recalled, but these certainly need to be highlighted in order to come up with a common response from the whole of the European community to this, because today it's affecting Italy, in particular the north of Italy. Tomorrow, without wishing anyone ill, but it might, tomorrow, it could spread and hit other economic powerhouses with the same effects we're experiencing. So I would just recall that we need a collective, extraordinary effort from the entire European community because of the problems we're facing. An effort to increase flexibility was mentioned, but in particular investment aid, so that this wounded economy, and I hope the wounds are curable, that I hope we can quantify this, and that in fact we don't see this increase and spread to other territories. I think that the politicians, as others are doing, I mean, we have listened to this, but also the technical leaders as well. I think they've joined together about measures to implement, trying to avoid any sort of propaganda or political controversy, because we all need to contribute to keep things calm and act in a way that we can avoid the spread of the disease, and sticking scrupulously close to the instructions of the national and international health authorities. Chairman, obviously I think it is also each and every one of our responsibility to increase the awareness, and each one of us also need to ensure that we are spreading correct information and not ensure that we're not spreading any sort of fake news because speculators and media are doing this. We need to concentrate on trying to not spread the infection. And if we think about the emergency situation and the protection of the weakest, I think as local authorities, and this is a general reminder to all of us, that we need to work hard for this. I think the European Union means its people. It's not just an exchange of goods or rules. And Chairman, I've almost finished. This is a problem that we should be able to face all together, because today the largest economic activity would be to stop the contagion. And that requires an effort from everyone. Thank you.
Tack för ett mycket långt och engagerat.
Thank you for that very long and committed contribution. Now, I can't see anyone else looking for the floor, so I'd just like to wind up. Sorry, there are several people who are lifting up their hands. I would suggest that we keep the contributions very short, a minute to minute and a half.
President.
Extremely brief. Thank you, Chairman. I would just like to join the comments from colleague Milana and Marini, because probably we Italians are experiencing this much closer to our hearts than other members. But it's true that our country is making an extraordinary effort, and this battle, as others have said before me, is something that can only be beaten if we're all working together. Today, Italy has closed the schools for 2 weeks, but this basically means closing a whole country. So we really do hope that Europe understands the enormous effort that we're expending in the field, because if we close Italy, we're closing the whole of Europe. We're closing tourism. Today, we've seen how many flights have been cancelled, and this means damage to the economy, not just of our country, but the whole of the European economy. Because as others have said before me, Italy has been carrying out such diligent work in this. They carried out so many tests that I'm sure that others will be involved in future. So we really need community action. We need a hand from everyone, and we'll try to fight this serious virus. And when we succeed, we will hopefully end up with few deaths. Fortunately, it isn't doesn't have as high mortality as other diseases, but it is still a huge problem.
Då var det Giorgio Magliocca.
Giorgio Magliocca.
Eccomi. Mi associo agli interventi dei miei colleghi.
Well, I would agree with my Italian colleagues' comments, in particular to stress to all of you the sense of responsibility that Italy has, not just from an institutional point of view, but as you've been able to see here today, but from a political point of view. As far as the Committee of Regions is concerned, and as thoughts for the possible work to be done in the next few weeks, I would suggest that we make the mayors play a leading role as representatives closest to the citizens. In Italy, the mayors have played an important role of trying to fight against alarmism. So as we want to support others. I've heard that, as others have said, this could have happened anywhere else in Europe as well.
Tack, och då var det Radim Sheshan.
So, Radim Sheshan, please.
I will try to be brief and concrete. We keep fingers for the colleagues from Italy, and we are lucky in this moment that we are in the Czech Republic having, in this moment, about 9 cases. But my remark is more practical. In the Czech Republic, we do have 6,258 municipalities. Most of them are very small, under 1,000 population. I am a mayor of a municipality of 1,400 people. And we have not received any guidance so far what we should do. We get information, of course, we can spread information, but we should have some kind of guidance what we should do as mayors. Because we do not have any pandemic or epidemic plans in those small municipalities. And I'm also vice chairman of Local Governments Association of the Czech Republic. We are representing 2,000 municipalities, and we are ourselves preparing some kind of guidance. Our Prime Minister is every day at press conferences. Mr. Babiš, Prime Minister, is wearing white coat, doing PR out of the thing, how he's greatly taking care of the citizens. But we as mayors have not received any guidance what we should do, when we should close the school, when we should, what we should do. So please, when you have a meeting of the Council of the Ministers tomorrow, please ask them to send to the municipalities at least some brief guidance what we should do as mayors, because we do not want to do PR out of that, but we should be prepared. And I'm afraid that we can make a lot of mistakes, because some of the municipalities are even having 100, 200 people. Those mayors are not educated, and we should need some brief guidance. Thank you.
Tack, då var det Manuel Alejandro.
Alexandro Cantanita.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Now, I am in the Andalusian government, and I'm in the commission that was just created 2 weeks ago to deal with the coronavirus. There are 3 key messages. Support to the Italian colleagues, first and foremost. They have taken the floor by and large because they're the ones who are dealing with the bulk of the problem here in Europe. And also, as the Italian colleague said just a moment ago, you know, a message of calm and collectedness. This, I think we're all getting too panicked. There were more than 6,000 people who died last year because of a normal flu. And now, unfortunately, we have 3 cases, but it's 3 cases. So let's not panic. There has been a study that looks at rational expectations. That's an economic theory. And if you have panic, that could lead to an economic crisis. And this is something that applies here. It will create much more of a crisis than would have been created if calm had prevailed. And so we need to be, very vigilant to make sure that this doesn't spread. But the European institutions, Council, Commission, the Committee, etc., need to work together. And whatever the duration of the crisis, so we need to take decisions. We need not to be rigid. We need to be able to adapt to whatever reality hits us with. But basically, we need to convey a message of calm to our citizens, because the citizens are looking to us, and based on our reactions, they will react. And so once again, I wish our Italian colleagues every success in dealing with this, and hopefully next time we meet, this situation will be more under control.
No, I can't see anyone else asking for the floor, so I'd like to round off this discussion. But I'd like to start by thanking our speakers for some very informative and specific description of what is being done. There's a lot of information which we've received from our three speakers. And then we heard quite clearly that at national level, the health authorities have produced guidelines for the individual countries. I was also struck. I mean, there are lots of other diseases, seasonal flu, for example, which actually kill far more people, and so that's nothing new. But I think that what we have to recognise is that what we need to do is to get us. We shouldn't panic here. We have to base everything on facts, and that's very important for political leaders at local level to go back home, to look at what they're doing in their own areas, just to ensure that the facts can be put on the table calmly. Also, I'd like to remind you of the decision which was taken by the Committee of the Regions. That's to say that we're going to be reducing the number of meetings. So we're going to reduce our number of commitments over the next 3 weeks. And so with those closing words, I'd like to thank our guests up here on the panel. And I think it was very good for us to talk about this subject, which is affecting all of us. So thank you very much indeed for that. Microphone, please. And now we just have one item left, which is other business. I'd just like to remind you that we have an opinion towards sustainable use of natural resources within the Mediterranean insular context. There's a consultation document which was published and which is available electronically, and we would like to ask everyone who is affected by this to participate in the consultations. And with that, I'd like to conclude this very long but very productive NAT Commission meeting. I'd like to say that we're going to be meeting on the 22nd of April for the next time. So thank you very much for a very good meeting.